Good evening, everyone. I declare the ordinary council meeting open at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. We wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we are meeting on, the Whadjuk people. We would like to pay the respects to the elders of the Noongar Nation, past and present, who have walked and cared for the land, and we acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and the contributions made to the life of this city and this region, and I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we ask for your blessing upon our city, our community and our council. Guide us in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide the City of Wanneroo to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Council, it's just an announcement again about the live streaming. Please note the audio proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. That broadcast will remain available via the City of Wanneroo website following the conclusion of this meeting. Item 1, attendances as per the record. Item 2, apologies and leave of absence. We have a leave of absence from Councillor Baker from the 11th of July to the 31st of August 2022. Mr Acting CEO, do we have any further apologies?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, we don't have any apologies which has come to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Item 3 is public questions and statement time. Do we have any questions? We actually have a question from Mr Hugh Newen. Mr Newen, if you could please just make your way to the lectern and provide your name and address for the records.
Thank you, Chair. Hugh Newen, number 42, The Broadview in Lansdale. My question tonight relates to item AS 04-08-22. Before asking the two questions, the CEO who's not here tonight, plus Ms Jennings, plus Mr Singh, will recall that during my tenure as councillor, I've repeatedly suggested and requested a review to be done on the city's bulk rubbish collection system because I believe that there was huge savings to be had in utilising a system similar to the City of Stirling's, for example. My question tonight, the first question is, given the substantial savings to be had from making changes to the current bulk rubbish collection system at the City of Wanneroo, which I alerted to over many years, my question to the City is why this review has not been carried out earlier.
Mr Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Council may recall, Council approved a waste service delivery review in August 2018. That highlighted a number of projects which were included in a transition plan. And as part of the transition plan, the very first high priority project was the rollout of three bin system, which was successfully completed last year. And after that, the next project in line was this bulk waste review, which is now complete in that sense for Council's consideration.
The second question I have is, given the substantial potential savings of nearly $5 million to be had over 3 years by implementing the proposed changes to the city's bulk rubbish collection system, is the city prepared to commit to spending the money being saved towards relieving financial distress for our community through a zero or possibly minimal rates increase in the coming years?
Thank you for your question, Mr Nguyen. I think that's a determination for Council to make at its next budget.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillors, we also have some written questions from Mrs Newton. I don't believe Mrs Newton's here at the moment. Oh, sorry, Dot. My apologies, Mrs Newton. I couldn't actually see you behind Councillor Coetzee. If you could please make your way to the lectern, Mrs Newton.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Dot Newton. I live at 11 Huntsville Courts, Wanneroo, and I seek your indulgence to ask 2 questions that aren't on the agenda and to make a statement about one item that is on the agenda. My first question is, why are motions on notice not available in print for the briefing? That actually prevents any deputations.
Mrs Jennings?
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. In recent times, it's been because they haven't been ready. So unless they're ready, we can't really put them on.
I could add to that, but I won't. I'll be polite tonight. My second question is, how many small businesses have been infringed or warned about placing signs on verges in our city in contravention of your local law?
Mrs Terrelling?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd need to take that question on notice.
Thank you. The statement I want to make tonight is on CS05. Why is this tender even on tonight's agenda? Golf course management and maintenance of our courses. The submissions closed for that in May. I would like to start by saying it was a shock to see that the current operators had been marked last on all aspects of that tender. Is the recommended interstate operator preferred because of the 9-hole course and crazy golf they oversee in South Perth, as this combination is suggested and listed in the business plan? I mentioned the plan because that is why I feel strongly that elected members should not be making a decision ahead of the plan being presented to Council. In brief, the public notice states, the City is proposing to enter into a major land transaction to grant leases and appoint an operator for both golf course management and maintenance. This business plan is currently out for public comment. It went out on the 27th of July, quite recent. Submissions close, according to the plan, on September the 9th, which is a Friday. And according to that plan, the report is going to come to the September Council meeting, which is 4 days later. Really? That time frame infers that the business plan is going to be endorsed, as it states, following public advertising period, the City will consider all submissions and may decide by an absolute majority to proceed with the major land transaction as described in the business plan. Ask yourself why, in this plan, is there a governance structure dictating how the courses will be managed on a daily basis? That structure on the plan that's advertised currently has City of Wanneroo Golf Course Board, made up of City of Property Services, appointed operator, course maintenance subcontractor, other contractors for the food and beverage and the parks and conservation management. I find that quite scary, personally. The report before you states the following. In advance of the current report, the City has released a business plan. That's 2 weeks ago, right? A week before your briefing. To accommodate the range of submissions received for the tender, i.e. it does not presume the recommended outcome under this report or particular tenderer. You might want to ask yourself if the tender contained the business plan prior to going out to comment. A report to consider any submissions received by the City and to determine whether to proceed with the business plan is anticipated to be provided to the ordinary council meeting on the 13th of September. And as I said, that's 4 days after submissions close. That would be the fastest I've ever seen this council work on submissions. I have to say, there's a weekend in there, Friday to Tuesday. My final comment on the report before you tonight is there are a number of timeline issues here. To say that at the best, this is premature. I do hope people read this business plan and put in their submissions because there's a whole month left for them to do it. I'm not staying for the balance of the meeting because I'm in excruciating pain right now, but I do hope you take my comments on board when you're debating it later, and I will be listening when I get home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Newton. Councillors, there are also 2 questions we've received from 2 members of the public. Firstly, we have a question from Mr P Walker in Butler. That's on PQ 010822. Actually, and again, councillors, just so as, I'll just cover this off again, and we commence this at the briefing session on and this is as a result of a shortfall in process where public questions haven't been made available over the audio and audio recording. And again, I asked that question last week as to whether if anybody had any objections to these being read out. Similarly, tonight, councillors, are there any objections to me reading out these written questions and answers in at tonight's meeting? There's no indication, so I'll read these questions out from Mr P Walker. In respect of Tarland Holdings Pty Ltd, question 1. What is the total cost of legal fees paid by the City to any solicitors acting on the City's behalf since 2016 in relation to the Tarland Pty Ltd matter? Question 2. What are the total legal costs paid to Tarland Pty Ltd as a result of the City being unsuccessful in the 2 legal proceedings? And question 3, what other costs have been incurred of any sort have been incurred since 2016 in relation to the Tarland matter? The response from the Executive Manager, Governance and Legal is question 1. The total fees and disbursements, e.g. council fees, council's fees, expert witness fees, etc., paid to the City's principal external lawyers is $1,216. $1 million. Oh, there's sorry, my apologies. There's a space there which makes it a little bit difficult. $1,216,118.45 ex-GST. This sum includes more than just the trial and appeal costs and also covers the period from the original engagement in May 2015 to 14 July 2022. Answer 2, the negotiation of Tarland's legal cost is still ongoing, and as such the status and outcomes of these discussions are confidential. Answer 3, in the absence of any further detail as to exactly what other costs are being requested, the City would refer you to the responses to your first question. The second question has been provided by Mrs D Newton of Wanneroo, and it's on PQ 020822. Council member conferences. Question 1, what was the full cost of the attendances of Councillor Treby and Councillor Wright at the ALGA conference this year? And question 2, how many councillors attended the UDIA Congress last year? Responses by the Director, Corporate Strategy and Performance. Answer 1, the requested costing is listed below. Councillor Treby, which is the ALGA Conference Canberra registration, $989. ALGA Conference Canberra flights, $1,674.34. ALGA Conference Canberra accommodation, $1,078.97. For Councillor Wright, registration for that same conference is $989. The Alga Conference Canberra flights, $1,674.34. And the Alga Conference accommodation, $1,200. Answer 2, one councillor was in attendance at the 2021 UDIA Congress in Bunker Bay. Council member payments and training are aligned to the council policy, council members' continuing professional development policy, which can be found on the city's website. That website link is Council Member Continuing Professional Development Policy, City of Wanneroo. Are there any further questions from the public gallery? There being none, thank you. Close public question time. We then move on to item 4, which is confirmation of minutes. We need a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting 01/08/22, the minutes of the meeting that held on the 12th of July 2022 of that council meeting. Move Councillor Civic, second Councillor Rowe. Are there any objections, alterations or additions, councillors? If I could ask you to please confirm those minutes. I declare them carried unanimously. We move on to the minutes of the special council meeting held on 19 July 2022. Again, a mover and seconder on this, councillors. Move Councillor Wright. Seconded Councillor Herridge. Are there any objections, additions or alterations, councillor, to those minutes? There being none, councillors, if I could ask you to please place your votes. Declare them carried unanimously. Councillors, we also need to, there was I think there's an amendment on the special council minutes. If I can just read those out. Hopefully everyone has those additions, councillors. They'll be in your folder. Is there any councillor that does not have that additional information, councillors? So the item in front of us is to accept those minor changes that weren't on the agenda for the special council meeting on the 28th of June 2022. Need a mover and seconder for those, councillors. Move Councillor Miles, seconder Councillor Savitton. Councillors, if I could ask you to please place your votes. Thank you. I declare that carried unanimously. We move then on to item 5, which is announcements by the Deputy Mayor without discussion. Councillors, I'm going to actually call forward Mrs Jennings and Mr Singh to join me to officially receive and congratulate the administration. The Australasian Reporting Awards, the ARA, Best of Industry Sector Award, Public Administration Local. And councillors, this is good news. For the second year running across Australasia, second year running, we won. In addition to its 6th gold award, the City of Wanneroo won the Australasian Reporting Awards, Best of Industry Sector Award, Public Administration Local, for the second consecutive year for its 2020-2021 annual report. The ARA provides Australasian operations an opportunity to benchmark their reports against the ARA criteria, which are based on world's best practice and their peers. The Best of Industry Sector Awards recognises outstanding performance in addressing the general award criteria above and beyond receiving a gold award. The winners of these awards are selected from among the Gold Award recipients in each industry sector. The Gold Awards in each sector are subject to a further review to select the sector winner. The City's annual report was recognised by the ARA amongst its local government industry Gold Award peers, as it thoroughly explains all aspects of Council's performance at an exceptionally high standard and openly discusses challenges and disappointments and looks forward to the year ahead. If I could ask Mrs Jennings and Mr Singh to just join with me so I can present the award. Thank you. We move on to item 6, which is question from council members. Are there any questions from council members? Councillor Coetzee.
I have 7 questions, so please bear with me. The first question would be, it's in relation to Two Rocks. Are there any new roads accesses onto Lisford Avenue proposed as part of the subdivision?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor. Yes, there are. The West Australian Planning Commission's referred a subdivision application to Council or to the administration for comment. Part of that proposal indicates 2 new access points onto Lisford, a third road which comes up to Lisford but doesn't actually provide access. So, and that's part of our assessment is to assess the suitability of those access points.
My second question, there have been accidents on this stretch of Lisford Avenue. Would these additional access points not increase the risk for more accidents?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. The process of the assessment is to determine, to make sure that we have a safe arrangement on all our streets and our new roads. So they go through a rigorous assessment by our engineers, our traffic engineers and our civil engineers to make sure that road design meets those standards. It's our view, at administration's view, which has been provided to the Commission now, which is that those access arrangements should better be provided to Jordan Street rather than to Lisford Ave. So we've provided that comment back to the Commission just recently.
Okay, my third question is, what is administration proposing to do to reduce the risk there? So I think you just sort of answered that. My fourth question would be, it is important that we get the adequate public open space to meet the needs of the local community, especially as it grows. Is this stage of subdivision required to provide public open space? And if not, why not?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. It will contribute to the requirement for the 10% POS that's a standard under all subdivision proposals and structure plans. This particular stage, there's no open space located within this stage, but it does go into the 10% contribution calculation. The POS will be provided in other stages of subdivision. Okay,
the next question. I'm aware of the issues in the area. King Neptune is such an important local heritage symbol, along with the precinct. It's really important that it's really important to the local community. How can the community be sure that this stage of subdivision will not impact the heritage values of the area?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. So the heritage values were assessed at the time of the structure plan, and they went into the structure planning that was approved by the council and the state government at the time. Since then, the Heritage Council, I believe, has decided to review and to initiate a review and advertise the Two Rocks Marina Precinct for potential inclusion in the State Heritage Register. Further confirmation of that should come out soon. And what we're looking at in this stage of subdivision is largely outside of that precinct to the south. It's already approved part of the structure plan, which was assessed in light of the heritage statement, which identified the precinct in the city's local heritage survey. So it's already listed. The King Neptune is listed as Category 2, which is the highest category that you can have under our local heritage survey without it being in the state register. And the precinct is Category 4, which allows for, requires recognition and acknowledgement of the history of the site.
Thank you. Then I've got two questions that the residents wanted me to ask. Has the city identified any coastal nodes in Two Rocks, Hardship area? If not, can the city initiate the identification of coastal nodes within the area to ensure appropriate community development in the future?
Mr. Bowring?
The Two Rocks Marina Precinct is a tourism and commercial node identified through the district structure plan. So as part of its development, it is anticipated that it would provide a certain level of tourism-based and commercial usage. Most of the major facilities will be located in the future Two Rocks town centre, located a few kilometres to the east of the Marina Precinct. But I don't believe there's any community services provided planned specifically for the Marina Precinct at this stage.
Thank you. And then my last question will be on ASP 70, the entrance to the southern end. It's the corner of Macron, Jordan Street and Two Rocks Road. It is identified as a key gate site and mixed use. If the subdivision goes ahead and as planned, would the city consider purchasing the developing this land under the city's strategic land acquisition policy? The land is ideally situated at the entrance to Lehman's Landing Beach, which is identified as a district beach. If developed appropriately, it could have a multitude of uses which could provide a service benefit to the community at the same time as being profitable for the city.
Oh, I think initially Mr. Bowring and then I think Mrs. Jennings.
Thank you. The site you're referring to is identified as a landmark site in the structure plan, so for commercial purposes. So a range of services and commercial uses is possible on that end lot. At the moment it's proposed to be subdivided into a number of single residential lots and a grouped housing site. But the structure plan does allow for commercial use. So that's doesn't appear to be the intent of the developer at this stage, but certainly that land will be going, that's a separate matter for negotiation.
Mrs. Jennings, the issue with respect to strategic land acquisition, would that be something you could respond to?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's probably something that we'd need to line up with our policy, but also discuss at our Revenue Review Committee. There are a few goals that we have in terms of strategic land, so it would be a matter of how they were met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jennings. Councillor, that's all your questions? Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Berry.
Thank you. I've got 3 questions tonight. The first one is, can we be assured after the last council meeting all papers to make decisions have been provided and we're not in the same position as last month?
Mrs. Jennings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The administration always endeavours to get as much information out as possible for decision making in time for any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Jennings.
Thank you. My second question is, has the letter to the Minister regarding COVID-19 vaccinations been shared to the community and where do they see it?
I can actually probably answer that one. The request came back or came in from one of the petitioners and one of the people from the meeting, the letter, and it was just put in front of me. The letter had been sent previously, but the request was put in front of me today, and a copy of those letters will be provided.
Thank you. And my third question, you'll have to bear with me because there's some background context to why I want to ask this question, and I need it to make sense. We're all equal in this chamber in terms of votes, no matter if we are the mayor, deputy mayor or councillors, we all get an equal say and one vote. We all agreed on joining council to work cooperatively for the good of our ratepayers and community as a whole. We all should be courteous, polite, considerate and respectful of each other. I myself have checked in when I have known colleagues to be struggling, and I believe I communicate with everybody appropriately. The mayoral elections has brought out the worst in some individuals, and after my campaign last October, I did not think this campaign could get any worse. Sadly, when I recently shared my health issues, I discovered when I had COVID, they were shared with some community members. I chose to let this go at that time and didn't make a complaint because of the cost of the ratepayers. And I would thank those community members who have inquired after my health. For the record, I've been to hospital today and I've been signed off as clear for one of my complications. The other one requires further treatment. But this does not affect my ability to use my brain. When I was away, I missed some meetings and budget workshops, and I apologise to the community that I was not available at that time. I've been asked if I would have supported the budget. I want it on the record, no I wouldn't. I'll now move on to the basis of my question. This question is raised after the disgraceful, unforgivable, disrespectful, despicable behaviour of one of my colleagues that I should be able to rely on, that I should be able to look up to, and sadly I can't. I shared some information very recently in confidence. I have asked that my private health is not discussed with those I do not know, and you all had an email from me asking you to respect my privacy. To my horror, private and confidential information is being shared again, and I believe this is an attempt to discredit me. I would not have believed one of my colleagues could stoop so low. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I want to know why you took to announcing at the Volunteer Firefighter Award Night on Saturday the 6th of August to roughly 200 people that I was an apology due to my husband being very sick in hospital following his flight return from the UK. You did not speak to me, you did not ask me, you certainly did not have his permission to share his private business. By Sunday, this had been onward shared to others, and given my husband is a tradie, like some of the guests on Saturday, we have received calls and texts at a time that has been exceptionally distressing. You, as Deputy Mayor, should be sensitive to what is shared with you. You should be setting the standard, and you had no right to share this information. I want to know why you felt it was appropriate to do so, what you hope to gain other than discredit me, and what gave you the right. And I believe you owe my husband that explanation tonight. He's listening to this broadcast. I also believe you owe him a public apology, as your actions have caused a great deal of upset. Please explain yourself.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. It certainly wasn't my intention to do anything of that nature, and if it's caused you offence, I sincerely apologise.
I'm sorry, that's not good enough. So right now, I want to go into a confidential session, and I already have a seconder for that.
Whereabouts and standing orders do you intend to do that, Councillor Berry?
I'd like to do it now, please.
It doesn't occur at this stage unless Council wants to suspend standing orders to move to that motion.
I'd hope my colleagues would back me on that, please.
Move Councillor Nguyen, seconded Councillor Wright. Councillors, we will need to go to a confidential session. So if you could please register your votes. Who hasn't voted? No, declare that unanimous. Thank you. We'll go behind closed session now, and if we could please ask the members to vacate the chambers. Thank you. Okay. Councillors, we're just going to restart the meeting now, and we'll probably go back to we'll revisit item 2 in a couple of minutes. Councillors, we're still on questions from elected members. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and some notice has been given to administration, as I always do. Obviously the rates went out on last week, and most people started getting them last Thursday, Friday, if not today. A question that was raised by a resident to me was they're going to take advantage of the city's opportunity to pay their rates off over a number of months, and obviously they're willing to pay the $30 charge that's put in place to help offset some of the administrative costs in that. But one of the questions that came about during that conversation was how many people roughly have taken advantage of probably the 12-month option, and what sort of revenue does that $30 amount to on an annual basis? Thank you.
Actually, I'll pass over to Mrs Jennings in a moment. Councillors, it brought to my attention that we need to resume standing orders. It moved Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Sangelli. Just need to confirm that via a vote to resume standing orders. Notwithstanding your question, Councillor Miles. If you could please cast your votes. Declare that carried. Mrs Jennings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My understanding is the question is how many people take up the special payment arrangement. It's actually very popular at the start of the rating season. I can't necessarily say how many will take it this year, but we've already had in the first week 478 people take up the service to be able to take it out of the system. Last year, which is probably a good indication, we've kind of based our thinking on last year's figures, but there were 5,557 people who took up that option to pay slightly differently. And so that $30 for those, all those people amounted to 166,710, but didn't quite cover our administrative costs, but close. So yes, I hope that answers the question, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. And it's actually, that's not a bad number, 5,700 odd. I guess part of the question was the $30 fee is pretty standard and normal for most businesses to have that put in place. Does the system within the rating area, is it able to cater for that in a more efficient manner, or is there quite a lot of labour involved in taking people out of the system and running some other secondary system? How is that functioning,
Mrs Jennings?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The system allows for a certain number of combinations of payments that occur that are then fully electronic. So, for example, the 4 instalments, 3 instalments, 2 instalments, and that then allows reminders to be sent out automatically from the system. So where people choose to come out of the system, there's set up to take them out of the system, and then the staff will have to manually monitor how those payments are going, which could be weekly, fortnightly, depending on what the plan is, but they can only do it manually.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I actually had one question arise from Councillor Miles' question, and I'm sure most of us around the table have gotten the same question. What are the specific the fees and charges with using the financial hardship? What's set by the local government, and what are statutory charges that we must charge residents? So I'm talking about the $30 fee, the interest on the instalments. What ones do we have to charge residents, and which ones are obviously set and managed by the local government?
Mrs Jennings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The people I'm talking about are not in the financial hardship case. These are people that have just choose to pay in a different way. When it comes to our financial hardship policy, then we need to go through a check to assess the situation, and because of that financial hardship policy, there's some things that we just don't then charge. So we're talking about two different things here. Financial hardship is one process, but this is just a service that we offer that has a fee with it because it takes it out of the system. So someone decides right from the moment that they get their rates invoice that they might like to pay fortnightly or something like that. So they make that arrangement through the customer centre. The customer centre sets it up, and then the rate staff have to manually monitor them from then on.
Councillor Nguyen.
Also, just on this $30 fee that is added to the payment arrangement, and I know that my notice of motion to have this fee waive isn't considered as part of this meeting, but for the future meeting. But in terms of putting this in place, once Council adopts this proposal at the next meeting, how fast can we actually roll it out for our residents?
Well, Council, before I go to Mrs Jennings, that would be a determination for a future decision. But Mrs Jennings?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's definitely part of a future decision because it may well be also a decision whether we continue with the service as well. So
Yes. Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? There are none. Councillors, we move on to item 7, petitions. We have a petition, I believe, Councillor Curtsey.
Yep. I've got one with 29 signatures. It's a request to install speed humps on Beachside Parade, Yanshep, between Zambia Rise and Timpletonia Boulevard.
Excellent. You're moving that, councillor?
Yep.
Very good. Seconded, councillors. Councillor Miles is seconding. If I could ask you to please lodge your votes on this item. I declare that carried. Update on petitions, there is nil. Item 8 is reports, and councillors, if you have any declarations of interest, if you could just identify those when we come to those items. Our first item is PS 010822, which is consideration of the following the advertising of Amendment 201. Calling for a mover, councillors. Councillor Miles moving, Councillor Savitton seconding. Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is one of those additional use car park for boats, trailers, caravans on areas that we that normally do not have any water available to them, and these people are looking at opportunities to be able to store or park caravans, boats, vans or other uses that clearly do not fit within our suburban neighbourhoods anymore because we don't have front yards or even side yards to be able to get through to our back. So this is one of those good amendments, and I ask Council to endorse it so it can go up to the Commission.
Councillor Savitton.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm happy to second this. It has an envelope. Within that envelope, in this particular item, they've actually shown how they're going to develop the particular site. The remainder of the site is bushland, and hence it doesn't have this water licence that would ordinarily expedite the property for further development. Under our scheme now, we are accepting these, and I do see that the applicant is acting in his own right this time, because I think this is the second time it's been here. So based on what is actually happening in our rural areas through the lack of water licences, etc., I'm happy to move this. But I did note in the actual item itself that for one of the correction, there was a spelling error in on page 9 where they've identified Banara Road. That should be Bernard Road, I think. So it's just a minor glitch for the item itself. But I'm happy to support this, and I guess we're going to get quite a few more of them in time. And I think in terms of the way our subdivisions are going, the blocks are so small now that we're going to need more and more of these developments to appease boat owners and caravan owners as well. So I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And speakers for the item, Councillor Aitken.
I do support the item, but it's disappointing that we have fertile soil in our growing areas, in our market garden areas that don't have water to be able to do production. And I would rather see the owners of this land able to produce food for our community. But because of our state government decisions to cut water, they aren't able to produce food on them in this fertile ground and have to make these uses. And I support this. They need to earn an income. They have to earn an income. And I support this motion so they can do that. But I would prefer them to have water to be able to produce more food. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Speakers against? Speakers for, Councillor Parker?
Thank you. I'm happy to support this recommendation. I did raise my concerns as to the width of the unsealed road leading to the property. I am really sceptical about the amount of traffic that will be at the populated areas like Easter, Christmas, school holidays. I am concerned for the other residents about that. I do know that this is going to be addressed during the application stage. But at this stage, I am happy to support on condition that it is, and I know that Mr. Byring did say, it would be addressed at the development stage. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Miles, did you wish to close debate? Councillor Miles has closed debate. And with that, councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes on PSO 1. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, I think we'll go back now to item 2, which is leave of absence. We've received a request for a leave of absence for Councillor Berry from the 9th of August through to the 11th of October. Looking for a mover and second. A move Councillor Sangalli, seconded Councillor Aitken. Council, I'm just going to put that vote. And this is back on item 2. If I could ask you to please cast your votes, councillors. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We then go on to Assets ASO 1, State and National Black Spot Funding Program. Councillor Rowe, you want to move that? Yep, moving that item, Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Aitken. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and it's clear that the administration has put a lot of thought and effort into developing these projects. Often we speak from personal and lived experience when we see these busy intersections and the traffic calming measures that need to be installed there. So from a Southboard perspective, it was encouraging to see the final application for Marangaroo Drive, Girraween Avenue, also for an application for Mirrabooka Avenue and Montrose Ave as well. And I thank the Acting Director for his explanation of the BCR measurement last week. It was difficult to understand, so grateful to get as much information as possible to make our decision tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Aitken.
Yes, and from the northern part of the city, my daughter used to live off Petcairn Petcun entrance in Queen's Rocks, and coming in and out of there was always a trial of luck at times, and I'm really grateful to see some traffic management being done there to make that entrance safer. And of course, Connolly Drive and Hester Avenue intersection, wow, with the traffic going through there, it's great to have some traffic management done there. Really excited, and the south of the ward items areas is great too. So I just ask my fellow councillors to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor speakers for, Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, from time to time, administration are coming forward with black spot funding where it is really required, and there are issues with the road networks, etc., etc. So I'm very appreciative of the fact that black spot funding is available, and I have no hesitation in agreeing with the recommendation. So yes, it's certainly going to be met with great relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Herridge.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to concur with Councillor Rowe. The same for the southwest wards. It's fantastic to see a number of items that are coming through on the black spot. There's a few passionate residents in Lansdale, both for Lansdale Road and the Hepburn Mirrabooka Roundabout. I'm sure everyone's aware of that lovely little spot. So it's wonderful to finally see that come through, and I'll be working with the team. They're already probably looking at me. So a bit passionate about that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. I know my wife's been a victim of that intersection at Mirrabooka and Hepburn herself. Speakers against, councillors. Speakers for, Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, this black spot program is an important program that targets road locations where there are high casualties and crashes on the road, and 5 of the 6 identified spots are the roads that I regularly use on my daily commute to work and to visit friends and family. It's particularly important, especially in this very bad weather, that the black spot areas are identified and are treated as soon as possible. In fact, I actually witnessed an accident yesterday when it was quite stormy and raining. So I know that during bad weather there is an increase in crashes and fatality. So I certainly will definitely support this this item, and it's something that we need to look out for because our community safety is always a priority. And we've seen some of these crashes, from 11 to 15 to, hundreds of crashes, especially on that Hepburn Avenue and Mirrabooka Avenue, where there is a total of 154 crashes that's been identified, and these are the ones that's been recorded, and there are many more accidents that have not been recorded. So certainly support this this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Are the speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Sangali.
I probably can't let this one go without mentioning the Hester and Connolly Avenue roundabout. If we are successful in getting this funding, I would urge our administration to follow up with Main Roads about some signage referring to the changes in the roundabout. It took years for our community to get used to having 3 lanes of a roundabout on one side, only 2 lanes on another side. We moved to the next roundabout, that's only got 2 lanes. We moved to the next roundabout, that's only got 1 lane. There are so many different configurations within a 6-kilometre radius, and I do worry about changing it again, although I do agree it needs changing, but I do worry about what the consequence of that change is going to be. And I know we had difficulty the first time when we put the 3rd lane in encouraging Main Roads to put up some really good signage that identified the changes. So I do urge administration to get onto that one early.
Thank you, Councillor Sanghelli, and I absolutely agree. Having gone through those roundabouts over the past few weeks, that's confusing. Speakers against? Speakers for? There being nil. Councillor Rowe, did you wish to close debate? Councillor Rowe has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please lodge your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to Strategic Asset Management, AS02, which is adoption of the specification of standard vehicle crossings. Moving this, Councillor Civic. Seconding this item, Councillor Parker. Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Very briefly, I mean, these are standards as set by the city's assets team and the regulations on crossings throughout, I guess, the state, but more our city. Look, I'm happy to move these. I think they're very important that we get our standards right for crossovers and make sure the community is sort of abide by these when actually developing on their boundaries. So I'm happy to move that, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Parker.
Thank you, but I'm happy to support as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers for this item, councillors? Speakers against? Probably no need to close the debate there, Councillor Civic. No. Councillor Civic has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please register your votes on this item. Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, we move on to AS03, which is on the request for tender 22015, renewal of play equipment softwall and installation of shade sails. Need a mover for this item, councillors? Move Councillor Wright. Seconded Councillor Aitken. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a short comment from me. It's great to see that all the wards are getting a revitalisation of our parks and assets, and to see a pretty good spread across. I know some of them are a lot of the ageing parks in our wards, so it's great to see that these are going to be brought back to life, and also inclusion of shade sails ready for the summer season once we're finished with winter. So happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Aitken.
Yes, I just think this is fantastic. The shade sails with sunburn and all of that, we want to minimise it on the kids and minimise our kids getting any sun damage, and this is fantastic that we're progressively planning to replace old equipment in all of our play parks, and we're able to do this. This is great. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank administration for sourcing and putting all this together in an efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillors, speakers for. Councillor Civic.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I really have only one point to add, and that is in the recommendation that the tenderers have been spread, and I think that's a good thing because it's an even spread where all tenderers will actually, or most tenderers will actually have a part of this program. So it's very, very good to see that, and yes, I'm looking forward to the renovations, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, Councillor, because it spreads the delivery risk as well from our perspective. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, just a short one, thanks, Deputy Mayor. It is good to see some of this older softball being replaced, as well as the installation of any new shade sails that are needed, as listed by suburb in the report. I think this is an effective use of ratepayers' funds to maintain our local suburbs to a modern standard. Softfall is obviously sometimes a hindrance because it can obviously get very hot in some locations, but by adding the shade sails to that at the same time until trees are finally established. It obviously makes those playgrounds and play areas a lot more beneficial for young feet to be walking through them and be able to have a good play. And some of those parks that I see through the list are definitely wanting, and I commend the report to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers against? Speakers for? There being no further speakers, Councillor Wright has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please register your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to Waste Services AS04, which is the Waste Services Bulk Waste Review. A mover, Councillor Miles, second to Councillor Civic. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. On the Waste Advisory Committee with Councillor Civic and I think Councillor Singhali, I think, is on it as well. This is something that we've been working towards for some time. We must remember, though, that this is a saving that goes into our waste levy fee. This is not a saving that goes to rates in general. And that's why the city and this council has been able to adopt for the fourth year in a row a $410 waste services levy, because we've been able to find these changes within our work practices to be able to make those savings. The savings that will be part of this is obviously already part of our budget that we've decided on, and that's why $410 was levied again this year. And I think the Director of Assets and his team have been able to find a lot of savings, as I say, to maintain the $410 levy. And hopefully we'll be able to keep on doing that in waste, bearing in mind there's a lot of changes that are being, I guess, I wouldn't say pushed on local government, but there's a lot of things in the waste sector that can drive our costs up. And obviously of recent time is obviously fuel costs. Our city is a very, very large, long city, and our fuel costs in some instances are probably up nearly 35–40%, and I'm sure Mr Singh is hoping for the day when that might come down a bit, and so do I, because I don't want to put that $410 levy up. So these are the savings that help reduce that, and I ask Council to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, Councillor Miles has pretty much covered a lot of it, but a couple of points I want to make. Firstly, of course, this is going out to community engagement, so I look forward to see what comments we get from the community. But further to that, I'll have more to say on it when it does come back next time. But just as a matter of clarity, I've chaired the Waste Management Committee for some time now, and there was a question in public question time. I don't recall that ever being brought up to me, unless it's been brought up with the Director of Assets at any time, but certainly not with me. And I certainly beg to differ if that is the case. So I'm looking forward to the community engagement, and we'll then discuss this when it comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers for, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just a few brief points. In general, I think it demonstrates the benefits and the merits of a service review. And I look forward to our service review working group starting up at some point in the future, because it will allow us to advocate for and work with administration to find additional savings across the board. In terms of some of the questions I asked last week, I was glad that administration agreed that there'd be an extensive education program adopted once consultation occurs, working with our culturally and linguistically diverse community to be able to make sure that if changes do occur, that they are embraced and that education occurs so there's a seamless transition. The one thing that I've been working with administration on is, even if this system does change, we'll still have one more period of the Greens collection on the current schedule this coming calendar year. And one thing that I've always suggested is that Kundula residents are quite frustrated at the fact that they have to prune, lop and take out trees 3 days after New Year's Day in the heat. So that's something that I'm pushing back on from the sidelines and will continue to do so, acting CEO. So I'll keep pushing from the sidelines. Thank you.
You can add to that the residents of Alexander Heights, Girrawena, Marangaroo, all that time of year when summer's at its peak. Speakers against, speakers for, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm actually quite excited about this project, and I think I don't think it's an individual effort, it's a collective effort, because I know this project was identified in the city's corporate business plan and also the strategic business plan, strategic community plan, which goes through community consultation and pretty much every stakeholder in the city. So I do think it is a team effort that this has come, and I'm glad that we've managed to find some really good cost savings that can go towards other projects and services that the city run. I know for me, in the Central Ward, I've been getting a lot of phone calls in recent days, people's dumping rubbish on my front lawn. I've got rubbish blowing all through the streets of Hocking and Pearsall. So I am looking forward to having a bit more of a coordinated approach to our waste management. And I think this is a great step forward, and also still delivering that same service because there's not a one-fit approach at the city, because people's lots are getting smaller, but we still have big lots in our city, and certain suburbs have a lot more rubbish than others. So I'm very excited that this is progressing through, and I look forward to it coming back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mr CEO, did you actually have an update for some of those points that Councillor Rowe mentioned earlier on?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I do acknowledge Councillor Rose has raised that point. And previously also we have received some feedback through other council members and from community members that southern suburbs of the city, they have to start cutting the trees and collecting the green waste straight after Christmas. So we have looked at how we can make it more equitable throughout the city. So the team is actually working, we are almost there, team is working at a revised schedule, which may look at not starting the service in Kundula first. It may start somewhere else and then head toward the south. And then we're trying to minimize the impact rather than having the full schedule rewritten. We're trying to rewrite half the schedule so that the second half of the city, which is geographically, is not impacted at all. So there'll be some changes in some suburbs. We're almost finalizing, near finalized state at the moment. So just watch out for some information coming your way.
I request that the Central Ward also be pushed back too.
Thank you. I just note the Director of Asset Waste Management is probably nodding furiously in the audience as well. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I do support this initiative. I am concerned as to how residents have in the past absolutely abused the bulk removal system, are going to respond to the system, and consequently that this may lead to more illegal dumping. I do understand that action plans will be put into place should this occur, and that Council will be updated regularly as to how effective the system is, and importantly, how our residents are responding to the changes. So thank you for that. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Speakers against? No, I didn't think so, Councillor. Speakers for? Councillor Aitken.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On a slightly lighter note, I remember as a child we used to go to the rubbish dump and we'd all come back with all these treasures which we can't bring back anymore, but I still have memories and stories from the rubbish dump. And I remember my kids have fun with the bulk refuse collections because it used to be community swap and everyone used to go around swapping all their stuff, and people would go around looking for all of the metal and make their money breaking up all the old aluminium doors and selling it for scrap metal. And we're going to have memories again as we move on to a new way of looking after our waste. But we've just created history and we're moving on to a new way with a new way of doing things. And I'm quite excited for the new project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Raitkin. And you've just given me some strong memories of the very similar sort of situation down at the old Hertha Road tip, where you might have a look at those treasures, and about 100 metres away they were dumping solid liquid waste. Terrible memories. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Coetzee.
I get my go. I agree with all the councillors, what they've said. I'm not going to repeat any of that. Linda, I love your story that you've just shared with us. The only thing I can say is I've received many phone calls from some residents and also with the door knocking that I'm doing currently, and everybody is very happy with the change we are making, because no more dust and waste and rubbish blowing everywhere in storms and so. So I'm definitely in support of this. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Nguyen.
This is a good example of why we can't continue with the business as usual approach. It's a good change that would allow us to save quite a bit of money, $1.5 million a year, and that's nearly $5 million a year in 3 years' time. So it's a no-brainer for us to have this option. And the benefit of this option also allows residents to book on-call at a time that's convenient to them, and not having to take out their trash 2 or 3 days after the new year, like Councillor Rowe has identified. And that's been the frustrations from many community members, that they may live in an area that unfortunately doesn't help them with the waste or the greens collection. So this is a great change, and it's a change that will maximise resource recovery, minimise our costs, and it's provide the optimum services for our community, and certainly it's a best value for money by far in everything that has been done in waste service in the past. And this is a great start for us to, and a great example to review other services that we have to continue to find savings. And I think one other area could be in how we choose our tenders, but that's another day for us to consider that. I certainly fully support this option going forward, and I think our residents would certainly welcome where we can find more savings as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers against? Speakers for? Actually, just a couple of words, if I can, councillors. I think this does go back to the leadership shown by members of the Mindarie Regional Council in particular. Certainly, Councillor Civitton's been a long-term member of the Mindarie Regional Council, along with the former Councillor Dot Newton, and also Councillor Miles in championing this approach. It's also worthy of note that this is part of our 2018 waste management strategy. It was identified to undertake this approach in a staged manner, going through to the 3-bin system, so as we could eventually move through to FOGO, but then dealing with our bulk waste and trying to generate those savings. So it's the phased approach, and we are delivering on that. The community have been advised of that all the way along since 2018, and this is a further opportunity for them to hear and see and consider the value and the options that will arise and accrue to them as a result of the option to have a more bespoke approach to our bulk waste rubbish. But certainly, and again, Councillor Civic, you're a long-term chairman of the Waste Advisory Committee, where a lot of these matters are raised and they are thrashed out. Dare I say, we have a deep dive into these issues in that committee, and the strategies. Yeah, not quite like Hertha Road, Councillor. No, we don't want to remember that. So, yeah, thank you. Just with that, councillors, Councillor Miles, did you want to close debate on this item?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I think it's one of those issues that affects all councillors in all wards and all residents, and I do truly hope that we take it up, not just for the savings, but obviously when we do bulk rubbish, as it was indicated, you quite often get some of it thrown up and down the street from people that do rumble through what's there. Mattresses are the big thing at the moment, where I know administration's getting extra mattresses from outside the area being dumped, and we obviously have to clear those up as well. The next, I think the next item on the agenda after this particular bulk rubbish proposal, Deputy Mayor, we're going to have to tackle the e-waste sector, which is coming along very, very fast upon us, and the state government's making some more regulations around that. But I commend the report to the council to be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Miles, and that's an excellent point on the e-waste as well. With that, Councillor Miles has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to place your votes on this item. Thank you. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to Community in Place, CP 010822, which is the draft Child Safety Awareness Policy for Local Government. Move Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Parker. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is one of those good funding applications provided by state government. What I do like about it also is the sport club, in this case the Bmx Club, is obviously putting in a contribution as well, so it's like a third. So if we get a third off the state government, the city's contribution, hopefully we get the application, we'll be able to light up that track to some more...
Oh, we're on the wrong one.
No, CPO 408.
CPO1, Councillor Miles. I was
okay.
I was very impressed with your opening speech. I know. Where you were going with it.
Well, I'm very happy for the report to be tabled.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Parker.
I've got this one. The development, content and then implementation of this policy by the city is vital. Working alongside all levels of government and departments and ensuring we get it right is beyond question, and I cannot wait to see the policy framework as soon as possible. Thank you for all of the hard work that's going to go into this, and I'm very excited. This is a vital policy, and I'm really looking forward to coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor, speakers for? Speakers against? Anyone add any comments about BMX tracks? I'm not disagreeing with you, Councillor. In fact, you can probably highlight that point in closing the debate on this item.
Thank you. Yes, look, BMX is still part of child safety, but I do support the recommendations that's been articulated by administration. Some of our residents need to understand that this city is more than just roads and rubbish and some parkland. We do need to make sure our communities are safe, hence why we've done programs like the homeless thing on last week that we attended, and this is another one of those strategies that we need to continue with through our administration to make sure that our community is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. And with that, Councillor Miles has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please lodge your votes. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. CP 020822, the social advocacy priorities. Move Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Aitken. Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And just following on from the points that Councillor Miles was just raising, that the city is not just about the physical infrastructure and the facilities, that there's a lot of social services that we are advocating for. Obviously, congratulations to Ms Terrelink and her team, particularly Katie Russell, for this report. I think the administration's worked hard to come up with some key, clear objectives that they will be fighting for, and we will alongside them as a city. In particular, the emphasis on social services hubs, and something that many councillors attended last week, which was our joint homelessness strategy with the City of Joondalup. So moving forward, obviously having the clear objectives, but learning to work more productively with government, but also our non-government agencies as well, and the charitable organisations in the city who do such an incredible job at supporting the people in our community who are experiencing hardship. So I definitely commend this report to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Aitken.
This is a very exciting fundamental report for our community. It has 4 pillars, and the first of the pillars is advocating to state and federal governments and to community and to businesses for homelessness, support and accommodation services. And as was mentioned by Councillor Rowe, we have our regional homelessness plan 23 to 26 that it was just launched last week, which is really important. But not only do we have that, we have our hardship and homelessness services. So there's information there that we can network with people who are homeless or risking homeless to be able to help them network in the community, which is important advocacy. As far as family and domestic violence support and accommodation services, this is vital in our community. We find issues not only with enough provision for families and women who are, or men who are subject of domestic violence, we also have issues with transitional housing because there's only a small period of time before they have to be out of the family and domestic violence centres, and often they will go back to their perpetrators because they can't get a rental to get to. So we need to get onto state and federal governments and local community and businesses to support that. Another pillar is the youth diversionary services. So important. An ounce of prevention prevents a pound of cure. If we can get to these kids before they're too entrenched in bad behaviour, we can change their lives. Vitally important. And last but not least is family support services for child and parent centres. I was there when the Banksia Grove Child and Parent Centre was open, and that was vital in that community. But I know there are people in the northern suburbs whose children have autism, learning difficulties, walking difficulties, and they've got hours and days and weeks and months of waits to be able to get to the services they need. We need these facilities now in our community, and I am really encouraged about our advocacy program that's going to come on board and unite with this, and we can move forward and do even more for the people in the City of Wanneroo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Speakers for, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's really great to see that the city is doing things about wellbeing, and we know after COVID of everything that's happened around wellbeing and how important it is now that, you know, a lot of us have had to stay in our tiny boxes called a house. In terms of the diversity, you know, as someone that's had lived experience with mental health, and I used to be the chairperson of the youth steering committee for the West Australian Association for Mental Health. So a lot of these statistics don't surprise me that we do have a clear lack of services in our city, but it is great and never too late to identify this. And you know, some of the projects that I'm excited to see on there is the PCYC, as Councillor Aitken said before, actually tackling this at a young age and getting rid of the entrenched behaviour is a great step forward. The Hardship Hospital, I know that's going to be great for our northern suburbs up that way, but also all these different areas around support and accommodation services, homelessness, is all really good for our intergenerational equity and going forward and actually leaving our communities better for each generation that comes through. So really happy to support this and thank the community development team and Ms Terralink as well for the behind the scenes research, and I'm sure this hasn't been a one-year solution, and I know it's taken a couple of years, so no, I commend this report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I'm really happy to support the recommendations A to D and 2 and 3 of this particular item. This area will be a growing area in time to come, and as has been pointed out by Councillor Aitken, an area that we're going to have to be concentrating on because the growth in this particular area will be a problem in the future, I think, and together with state and federal government, because I think a lot of the funding is going to have to come from them, and we're going to have to work in unison with them to provide the facilities for these disprivileged community members. So I'm certainly happy that Katie Russell is involved in this particular advocacy program, and we just have to wait and see how it grows now over the next few years, and I just hope we can really address these problems and keep things to a minimum. Thank you.
Speakers, thank you, Councillor Civic. And speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Nguyen.
Homelessness is a complex and challenging area to deal with, and I know that during this very difficult and challenging economic period and financially challenging time, homelessness can affect anyone, and it can affect anyone at any time. So one moment that we could be in a home, the next moment we may not have a place to live. And so it's something that the city, our community, need to take responsibility for those that are in need, those that are struggling, and those that needed some help and hope. And this policy is a great step to achieving that goal to make our city a safer and a better place for everyone, including those that don't have a home. So it's a great policy for us to be advocating and putting at the forefront those people that are needing our help the most. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers against? You were a bit quick there, Councillor Miles. I wouldn't have thought you were. Yep. Councillor Miles, speaking for.
No, definitely not the office I used to hold. I wouldn't have voted against it. Look, the report is quite good, and I think it's been articulated that Ms Russell has actually put this together through the work with Ms Terralink. And I think some of these are needed, and they are needed, pretty much straight away. But funding's always there. But one of the things that I do want to highlight that Councillor Berry has highlighted to us in other meetings. And talking to her, offline, is quite often when we're designing and planning our suburbs, we do a great job through planning of ovals and those other incidents like tennis courts, basketball courts, but we don't actually find or allocate any land for these types of services. And I think that we're going to have to ask our Planning Department, Deputy Mayor, to start incorporating some of this in the planning and the subdivisional approvals, because I know that administration is talking with PCYC, but I would say that this city needs at least 3 PCYCs, and therefore there needs to have land, available for them to be able to build that. In any of our current locations, The Education Department has obviously very large blocks of land, but they don't necessarily want to allow a PCYC to be situated on the edge of their space. Now, that could just be an easy conversation that the city has with the state government education. But I think it's vital that we also look at it right down to that area. And I think if administration can take this document and spread it throughout our own agency and say, okay, this is now council's adopted policy, find the locations to suit these particular services, because the services are needed. We know they are. There is funding out there, but however, there's no place to put them. That's the key to it. So we have to also look at that planning of where we can actually situate them. Whether they do go in shopping centres and the like, I don't know, but that's something that needs to be done probably in cooperation with this. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers against? Speakers for? Actually, councillors, I'll just add a couple of points here, and it was my honour to launch with the Mayor of Joondalup, Albert Jacobs, last Wednesday, the Joint Cities regional approach to our homelessness plan from 2022 through to 25. It was a very well attended plan, and I think it really hit home to all who were there, particularly with the partnering organisations, WALGA, Sheltered WA, who were taking a lead in this, and also WALGA with respect to the hub that they've developed. It's an important thing that the city needs to partner with other agencies on, which is why this is an advocacy strategy as opposed to a policy of itself. I think Councillor Miles has rightly highlighted that a location for such services, and they are diverse, dare I say, domestic and family violence often leads to homelessness. So there is some significant crossover with each one of those pillars. And I think I've raised in a number of other forums, councillors, and you've heard me talking about it, then when we talk about subsidising youth sport, if you're taking funding away from youth sport, if that was ever a consideration, we would then need to be putting increased funding through to youth diversionary services, because providing those pathways is an important option and opportunity to make sure that we divert youth away from those pathways that are less desirable and lead them into the need for services that we're talking about. The strategy itself and advocacy strategy itself is something that we need to advocate with state, federal and not-for-profit sectors, because we are the conduit between our community and those sectors, and I think it's vitally important. It's also important to recognise that there are organisations in our community that have had to, over time, change and reposition themselves. And my personal experience with the Hepburn Centre, which was the Marangaroo Family Centre providing childcare services, has had to adjust to provide the services now that are required in that local area, and very much aligned to these. So there are changing demographics, there are changing circumstances, and in a growing community, I think, Councillor Miles, you were referring to Wanneroo is 684 square kilometres. It is the size of Singapore, and we'll need at least 3 in the future, if not more. Regrettably and unfortunately, that will just be a sad fact of life. But planning for that, aligning with that, advocating on our community's behalf. Thankfully, it's in an advocacy strategy and not a policy, because a policy can be too hard, fixed and fast. But a strategy allows us to be agile and flexible and partner with other like-minded organisations across the spectrum. So thank you, and I thoroughly support this report. Councillor Rowe, would you like to close the debate? Councillor Rowe has closed the debate. So, councillors, if you could please lodge your votes. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. With that, we move on to CPO 30822, the Lansdale and Youth Innovation Hub Design and Facility Naming. Mover on this item, Councillor Herridge. Well done. Seconder on this item, Councillor Civic. Councillor Herridge.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. First, I'd like to recognise the efforts that have gone into the project by Council and admin staff over the past years. Current and past councillors all play a part of the city to get this to this point where we are today. I've had a lot of locals with their concerns and topics over the last 10 months, so it's definitely something that's ready to go to the community. I'm excited. I want to see what everyone thinks and what they say, what they actually want on that lot. So I'm hoping everybody else supports this as well tonight and puts it through. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. Councillor Civic.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I concur with Councillor Herridge. This has been on the table now for quite a few years. I guess 4, if I'm not mistaken. And look, the site was chosen. We've gone through all the consulting. We've had the naming put in place, etc. The actual design of the building meets the requirements that we want. It's going to bring and deliver a new form of library services to Wanneroo, and we've virtually gone 3/4 of the way through now. Now we're seeking community engagement and involvement with this. I think it is an exciting project, and I look forward to the outcomes because I think it will certainly make that little park there near the Broadview quite an attraction for community and children, especially with a new form of library services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers for, Councillor Rowe.
I'll just do a declaration first, if I can, Deputy Mayor, and then I'll briefly add a comment. So, in relation to CP 0308/22, I declare or disclose that I am employed by the member for Lansdale who was involved in securing this election commitment for the Youth Innovation Hub. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Just in terms of a few brief comments, I wanted to say that I think consultation is always a good thing, and I was pleased to hear last week that there will be the Your Say component to the consultation, but there will also be an opportunity for a site visit or something happening at the Warradale Club Rooms. So members of the community who would like to come out and have a detailed look at the concept designs will be able to do so. I think including a question in the consultation about the offering of the services is also a good thing because it allows the community to comment both on the design of the facility and the services that they'll be using, because ultimately they will be the people who will use and enjoy that facility in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm so excited about the release of this design and purpose of this plan to the community. The Noongar name, Dundebar, meaning place of living water, could not be more appropriate. The Library and Youth Innovation Hub is going to offer groups, young and old, so many opportunities. Hands down, my favourite will be the recording studio. How amazing for our youth to be given this opportunity. The fact that there will be after-hours opportunities is going to be a game changer and badly needed in this area, and I hope to see that duplicated across the city. I could go on, but for now, just absolutely endorse and approve this recommendation and thank everyone for the ongoing work with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. Councillor Heritage, it's happening. You are always asking when. It's happening. And I'm glad it's going out for public consultation for the people to say what they want. It's happening.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Herridge, you have a question. Certainly.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I know that we want to go as far and wide for community consult as possible. We were discussing this last week. I'm not sure why it didn't occur last week, but I was just wondering, can we widen the letter and the scope of how far we actually go with that? Can we go a little bit wider to, being that the community will be coming from a wide range, it's not just the immediate area?
Councillor Herridge, given, can I say, and I'm not going to preempt the advice of the Director, but given this is the decision-making body, we can make it as wide as you like. Mrs Terralink.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, certainly our policy allows us flexibility in terms of the extent of the consultation, and it's certainly possible to extend beyond the usual 400-metre radius that we do. So, yes.
Because I would imagine 400 metres takes in a big space of park as well. Councillor, you were suggesting within a kilometre of the site? Is that achievable, Director?
Through the Chair, yes, that's achievable.
I think that suggestion's been taken on board, Councillor. Speakers for. Councillor Nguyen.
We know based on the ABS data that the city has a lot of families with young children and youth. So this is an important project, especially for the residents in Lansdale and Darch, where there are many young families. And we know there are 5 primary schools and at least 2 high schools within that area. So this library and youth hub will certainly be a busy place for a lot of the youth. And there aren't that many investments in our youth program, and this is probably one of a few that focuses on the youth. We know we've got a lot of playgrounds for young children in park, but what is really there for our youth? This is an important project that will provide a safe place for our youth to go to learn, to be active, to be productive, and keep them busy away from other things that they shouldn't be doing. So I think it's a timely project for the community, and I will love to wait to hear from our community what they want to see within this library, what services they want available, and I encourage all of our youth to be involved as part of this project. This is their project, really. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers against, speakers for. Councillors, I'm just going to say a brief couple of words in addition to the extension of the consultation area that we spoke of just earlier on. It's also going to be available on Your Say on the website. It'll be picked up on our Facebook pages, but also, as we heard last week, there'll be engagement through local schools as well. I look forward to the day when it's opened by, and it won't be in my time, I'm sure of it, but when it's opened by the Mayor of the Day, with the words Kaya, Wanju, Dorkak, Kepap, as Councillor Parker said, you know, the place of living waters. It's good to see that this project is being realised finally. It is being funded through borrowings that the city took out nearly 20 years ago. Part of those buildings that were part of that funding we can see across the road with the regional museum and the library at Wanneroo. This is the last project that came out of that funding vehicle, and it's good to see that that is now going to be delivered. There's been an adjustment, councillors, and I think it's fair and right that we just acknowledge there's been an adjustment to remove the potential for the cafe and or restaurant or whatever what that may have been, because I think it's also reasonable to recognise that we're cutting it back to meet the available budget, and I think that's an important thing. But again, councillors, I think this is good. It's good to see a number of councillors might have been a long journey to come on board, but it's good to see that it's getting such a good level of response this evening. So with that, Councillor Herridge, did you wish to close debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Miles.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a quick question because I was unable to be here last week. After the council makes a decision tonight, so then this will obviously be, the name will be the Dundebar Road Library, I'm assuming. So we won't be using Lansdale Library as of after we've moved it. And as part of the consultation, I'm assuming administration will be using the new Aboriginal name to represent what's going in place. Is that correct?
Mrs. Terrelling?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the intention is that the facility name is Dundebar Road. In terms of the facility description, it will be Library and Youth Innovation Hub, and so the intention would be that we would be consulting with the facility name in the facility description.
Yep. And the best part about that as well, I think, in the design that's going out is the style of the aluminium that's going to surround the building and the lighting to reflect the First Nations people and the significant history in that area, which I think is fantastic. Are there any further speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Rowe, wanting to close debate on this? Oh, it was Councillor Herridge. My apologies. I thought Councillor Rowe, you might want to just jump in and just do it No. You've closed debate. Thank you, Councillor Herridge. And with that, Councillor Herridge has closed debate. Councillors, if you could please register your votes. Who hasn't voted? Councillor Nguyen, yes, we have that carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we move on to CPO4, which is the City Nightlights Program, Small Grants Funding Round. Move Councillor Miles. Seconded Councillor Wright. Councillor Miles.
Settle down, John. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, look, this is the Bmx one that I referred to earlier this evening while talking about the safer community projects for our youth. And lighting goes a long way in to deal with that. And it is good that the state government has the funding available for the club to obviously put the application in for, and we are supporting that application as well as helping with a contribution. As it states on page 179, $87,361 is the city's contribution. It's the similar contribution being made by the Bmx Club itself, which I think is really great. And then obviously the funding being requested from the state is the same amount of money, equivalent amount of money. So it'd be very good to see this funding go through. This area, this particular track, as we know, has been around a very long time. In fact, it goes back to the days when I first joined the Wanneroo Lions Club, and that was over 40 years ago. And it was mainly built by a councillor that used to be on this council, John Maloney. He happened to have a bike shop at the time, but I'm sure it was all done properly. The club itself is very extensive, has a very big membership. It's not just for the Wanneroo, it's becoming a regional BMX track. They have had many contestants or sportsmen and women go to the Olympics. and running state and the nationals. By putting in the lighting and making the track brighter, they will be able to take on a national event, which is what they're heading for, especially after the funding that's come through from the new member for Pearce, our former Mayor Tracy Roberts. That will help them really upgrade their systems, their track, and be able to take on that new event. So I ask councillors to definitely support this club so they can finish off with this bit of funding to upgrade the lighting, and I ask council to support it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Rod, I'm sure you don't have much to say on this, but as the seconder.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Since the couple of council meetings ago, councillors came out to visit the club, and we got to meet some of the members and speak to the committee team, and they were all really grateful to have us. So the feedback that was provided, obviously the club has managed to get all their projects sort of happening at the same time, and obviously this is the last piece to the puzzle. So John's told me to provide feedback to the council and thank them and administration for their hard work towards this club, and obviously the success of youth around the area, as Councillor Miles concluded that this would be a regional sort of facility once it's completed their upgrades, and the lighting will be able to make it accessible for young people to train at night, and also make it a bit more of a 24/7 sort of cycle track. So definitely very excited to support this, and can't wait for all of us to go and visit once it's all finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Right. Speakers for? Councillor Aitken.
This Bmx Club is an absolute fantastic club in the community. Going there on Friday night to see all the families, the kids, the young kids from 3 years old going up and down all those humps and flying, and the starting gate's terrific. Having the lighting there is just going to improve the nighttime competition. It'll be up to AusCycle guidelines. There won't be poles in the middle of their field as they go around. And also, they've had 3 Olympians come through that club. They've all trained in that club. And as Councillor Miles said, there will be a national event. They're working towards having a national event. This is absolutely fantastic for our community, and I'm looking forward to getting success and getting those lighting up there for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Speakers against, if you dare. Speakers for. Councillor Civic.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I concur with the previous speakers. Just want to make the point that the most important thing here is now that the Bmx Club has a home for at least 10 years. And this will go a long, long way to creating these international events and Australia-wide events for them. And at least they have the, I guess, understanding that they will be there for that time, and they can settle down into the site and do all the necessary works that's required to continue to be a successful club. But the mere fact that they've got a long time there now is solidarity for the club, and I look forward to the lights going up and actually getting to have a look at it, because I was unable to get there last time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. It's sometimes a benefit to let all the councillors speak before you on something, because they already cover the main base of it. So I'll just speak about the niceness of it then. The Friday that most of the councillors were there, it was awesome. I was so close by jumping on a BMX myself, but something told me maybe you should not in front of the whole big crowd, because you might say hello to Mother Earth. I am totally in support of this, and that club is the friendliness, the vibe there, the competitiveness, I just love it.
Well, thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, I was one of the councillors that visited the club, and I remember on that night it was freezing cold, and there are so many kids that just go there to race. It's a great activity, fun for everyone, young and old. They just go in there and they just pump it out. The tracks looks very mean, and the kids just love it. And I think on the next time that we have the mayor election, I would challenge everyone whoever wins that race, probably save us costs, will get the mayor position. That will save us a lot of costs in this. And I challenge anyone who wants to race. I'll take you on.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Miles, you wish to close debate? Councillor Miles has closed debate, and with that, councillors, if I could ask you to please lodge your votes. Declare that carried unanimously, councillors. Thank you. CPO 50822, Halsworth Park Sports Amenities Building Update. Move Councillor Aitken, seconded Councillor
Can
Parker.
I just ask a question before? I'm happy to move it, but I just want to ask a question first to clarify something. In the report, it talks about the project including the storage shed, but in the recommendation, item 1, it says agreement for Halesworth Park to provide this main sports pavilion only, and the Deputy Mayor to ask for the additional $5 million. I just want to be clarified that we haven't dropped off the storage shed and that storage shed will be included in the project.
Yep, Mrs Terrelling.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. The funding agreement with the federal government actually doesn't cover the storage shed, so that's the reason why it's not referenced. So the intention is still to provide the storage. It's just that this recommendation refers specifically to the federal government funding, and that only provides for the main sports pavilion and the court pavilion as well.
How are we going to look for the funding for the storage shed? Have we got that? Because it's mentioned in the 3 items in the report. Where are we going to get the funding for the storage shed from, or what's the plans for that?
Through the Chair, the intention is that that would come from either the state government funding or the municipal funding that's already allocated.
Okay, so it's not deleted from the project. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Yeah, hence the recommendation as it's been provided.
Yeah, I was just clarifying it,
Yep.
that's all. Thank you.
No worries. Did you want to speak at length on this item, councillor?
Oh, I'd love to speak on it. So excited for this project to go ahead. We have such growth in the northern suburbs community. We have a lack of sports amenities, and these amenities are already booked out by the community, and all the sports clubs are busting to get in there and to use the amenities. So I ask my fellow councillors to support this, and I thank Councillor Parker for seconding it. My fellow councillor, ward councillor, for seconding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mrs Terrelling, for making those changes to tonight's recommendation. The Alkmaar and Butler region is in desperate need of this development in its entirety going forward. Financial circumstances that are completely out of the control of the city have created the $5 million shortfall. This situation cannot be denied by either of the departments, and I am in total agreement that no reduction in scope should be considered. However, I do understand that because grant funding has already been allocated by the department at both levels, this must be protected, hence recommendation 1. But, as in recommendation 2, every effort needs to be made to get additional funding now. Delays in this development in its entirety will create difficulties across the board and must be avoided. Working collaboratively has never been more important. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Hence in the recommendation to the word after advocate strongly. And I can assure you that'll be the case. Speakers for councillors. Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. And Linda, thank you for asking those questions, because I had it on my fingertips as well. And I actually had a meeting with the Titans Baseball Club on Saturday, and we actually went to the Whalesworth Park as well, and we walked around, and everybody is in such a big need of storage as well there. It's not just the pavilion. Storage is a big issue there. So I think we need to really prioritise that as well. So I'm happy to support this and very happy it's going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coetzee. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Sangali.
I'm very happy to support this as well. I'm very glad that we've had the storage clarified because it has been something that I have raised in the past in regard to this, and I honestly do believe if we don't achieve the storage, we're not going to be achieving a lot because the clubs that are expected to go there will not move if they do not have their storage. So it is one of the most key things to get through. As Councillor Coetzee has said, you know, those clubs are so excited to be moving into these grounds. They've waited a long time for these, and I just can't wait to see what it all looks like at the end and see this ground functioning as it should have been a long time ago.
Thank you, Councillor Sangali. It's like playing soccer without the goals. It seems pointless. Speakers against? Speakers for? Who do we have? Councillor Aitken, there are no more speakers. Did you wish to close debate? Thank you, Councillor Aitken. With that, Councillor Aitken's closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please lodge your votes on this item. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we then move on to item CP06 in communication and brand, review of community and place policies. Looking for a mover on this item, councillors. Move Councillor Nguyen, second to Councillor Sangali. Councillor Nguyen? Certainly, Councillor Nguyen.
Where does soccer fall within the sports category? Football? Is it, just want to check.
Yep, Mrs. Terrelling.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if you're referring to the sports floodlighting policy, it falls under football all codes.
Football all codes, okay. Thank you. Okay. This is a great policy to upgrade all of the sports lighting policy across the city to make sure that the floodlighting provides the necessary lit for the right sport and for both competition and social. And it's important to upgrade because the city has many sports clubs. I know especially in Queens there are many sports organisations that are within that area. So and I have lost my page, but certainly it's a good program. Thank you.
Councillor Sangali.
That's what I need for that.
I won't lose my page. I would like to talk about all the policies, but I think I'll pull out the sports floodlighting as well because that is one that is quite dear to me. I would really like to thank administration for taking on board the concerns that have been raised over the years from the individual clubs when they've gone through the sports floodlighting process. It's really good to see some really positive additions into this policy, and hopefully moving forward the transition to a much higher level, Lux level, will be much smoother for quite a few of these clubs that have been needing this kind of lighting for a long time. Very similar to not being able to kick a soccer ball through some goals if you don't have them. It's hard to catch a ball if there's no light there to see it.
I think we'd all agree on that, Councillor. Councillor, speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Nguyen, if I could just please ask you to, Councillor Nguyen, thank you very much. Councillor Nguyen, actually, if there doesn't seem to be any other speakers, did you wish to close debate? Councillor Nguyen's closed debate. Councillors, if I can ask you to please lodge your votes. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to CPO 7, which is appointment of delegate to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Community Reference Group. Councillors, I foreshadowed that I believe this should be referred back on the basis that I think the person to also represent the city on this particular group, given its importance, should be potentially the next mayor, whoever that may be. And if that's agreed, I think tonight is not the night to actually put this forward. Councillor Aitken? I just think it's not the appropriate time, because I think it's so important. This particular committee, as well as the Multicultural Committee, really does require one of the mayor to be on, whoever that may be. So I think it's important we just wait until that process plays out. Second to Councillor Rowe to, no? Yes, certainly.
My opinion would be not to push the vote back, Deputy Mayor, and I could just speak as one of the delegates on that community reference group. For the last 2 meetings, I've been the only council representative on there, and that's been through working through the development of the Reconciliation Action Plan. And one of the absences was, of course, Mayor Roberts, but the other was my second delegate through no fault of her own. So for the last 2 meetings, I have been the only council representative attending the meetings, and that's been a difficult process as a first-term councillor, guiding me through that first drafting of the Reconciliation Action Plan. So notwithstanding what you've just said, I would prefer to have the vote tonight.
Councillors, I'm prepared to go forward, and it's a procedural motion to refer this back. Second to Councillor Aitken. No, there's no questions. It's a procedural motion, councillors. So with that, the procedural motion is to refer this item back. And if you could declare that lost, that's fine. I declare that lost. Okay, with that, councillors, we're looking for a mover and seconder for this particular item. Sorry, councillors, I just need to identify those who voted against. Councillor Herridge, Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Sangali, Councillor Miles, Councillor Civic and Councillor Rowe. And those speaking, and those for is Councillor Aitken, myself, Councillor Huntley and Councillor Coetzee. Oh, hang on. There are no votes from...
We didn't get the chance to vote. It was closed before we could push the button.
Wow, okay. We were pretty quick. No worries. If we can reset that vote, please, because actually I hadn't... Yeah, we're too short. I don't think it's going to make much difference, councillors, but we'll need to retake that vote, councillors. Thank you, councillors. So against Councillor Herridge, Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Sangali, Councillor Miles, Councillor Civic, Councillor Rowe, and for is Councillor Aitken, myself, Councillor Huntley and Councillor Parker. It's therefore lost. That's fine. Councillors, I then need a motion to put this item. Motion is, yep, Councillor Wright, you're moving. Councillor Nguyen, you're seconding. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Judge, just reading the report, there was for the October meeting last year, I saw that there was 4 delegates that applied, and obviously Mayor Roberts exercised her right as the mayor. I think it would be courteous to extend that to Councillor Sangalli as the delegate tonight, and I do nominate Councillor Sangalli, if she does accept, to be on this group, because she was one that missed out because the mayor did exercise her right. And I think that would be a courteous thing to do, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be seeking nominations, though I think that's, well, from my perspective, appropriate. Councillor Newen, you were seconding this item?
Yes, and I think this item should proceed forward just based on what Councillor Rowe has raised, that this is an important group. We should not delay, and certainly whether with a mayor or not, we've got other councillors who are also quite capable to represent our council. Of course, mayor don't have to be in every committee, in every group. We've got other councillors who can also be part of that group and chair the group. So I think it's appropriate for this to proceed, and we have someone nominated, and so that way we can get on with the work that's needed for this group.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Savitten, you speaking for?
No, just a question. One of the reasons I didn't support it was that Councillor Berry won't be here for 2 months, and that will still leave a gap. So technically now we only have 1 representative with the leave of absence taken. That was the reason. So I hope that clarifies that. Thank you.
No, that's, thank you for reinforcing that point. That's absolutely valid. We have a nomination, Councillor Sangalli. I know your passion in this area because you were previously on this particular group when it was just within Wanneroo. I know your passion. I'm assuming you're going to be enthusiastically embracing and endorsing.
I would love to accept.
Thank you. Councillors, at the risk of incurring dark looks from any other councillor, are there any other nominations? There being none, I declare Councillor Sangalli duly elected to that position. Congratulations. Sorry? Just bear with me for a second, councillors, please. Okay, councillors, on this item, we have the recommendation that will read Council appoints Councillor Sangalli as a council member delegate to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Community Reference Group. And councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. Because I can't see what the votes were, councillors, as it's unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Sangalli. Okay, councillors, we move on to CP08, which is the review of the Bushfire Brigade's Local Law 2001. Mover and seconder on this item, councillors. Move Councillor Sangalli. Seconded Councillor Miles. Councillor Sangalli, did you wish to speak to the item?
I am happy to move it as it is, just noting that we have consulted with our senior bushfire brigade members, so I'm quite happy to move forward with this.
Thank you, Councillor Sangalli. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, I'm happy with the report as written, and I commend it to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers for this item? Speakers against? Councillor Sangalli, probably no need to close debate. With that, Councillor Sangalli has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please place your votes. Declare that carried unanimously.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. Look, I've been noting Mr Peter Nosso has been here all night, and his item comes up a lot further on. I was just wondering if it would be an opportunity to bring that item forward. This is the street naming.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a very good pickup. Sorry, Councillor, I wasn't aware. So, councillors, we have to go through this, councillors, which is unfortunate. We've got a motion to bring forward the item CS040822, and then we have to do that by way of voting. Moved Councillor Civic and seconded Councillor Aitken. Absolutely. So, changing order of business, Councillor, if you lodge a vote. Sometimes it was just easier putting your hands in the air. I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We then move on to CS040822, which is the commemorative street name proposal, Nassau Rise, Lansdale. Moving that, Councillor Civic, second, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, Mr Peter Nosso has resided in the city for many, many years, and also been a councillor on the previous Shire of Wanneroo or City of Wanneroo when it was in its entirety. But this is all about street naming for his father, and the history of his father. I guess it was during the Second World War, where I think as a prisoner of war, he finished up in Siberia and then was released, came back through the European process, and then I guess married and came to Australia and had 10 siblings. I think that's correct, Mr Nosso. Yes. So the time has come for Peter to put a nomination in. Peter is a long-time horticulturalist in Lansdale and runs the Lansdale Rose Nursery, and has also been instrumental for creating a species of rose, if I can put it in those terms, for our Pioneers Day last year. And that was a fantastic thing. But he's also an Order of Australia. But in talking about his dad and the hardships that he experienced here, and also being part of the propagation process of rose growing, etc., Peter has asked that a street be named after his father within the subdivision that he owns. And I have noted in that particular area there are other subdivisions or a piece of land which have been split, and old pioneering families have had their siblings, etc., named. I'm not sure if they deceased or not, but Peter's father is well remembered. So I'm asking Council to acknowledge that through the Geographical Names Committee, and he's gone through the process, and Doug Mathewson has been involved in this, and I say thank you to him for bringing it to Council through Mr Nosso. So I'm asking Council to support this, and that Mr Nosso is able to remember his father within the subdivision, and also a contributor to Wanneroo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Aitken.
Thank you. I remember meeting Mr Nosso when he was involved in Kingsway Christian College many, many years ago. And the Lansdale land that they've owned for, or the land that they've owned for their horticultural business for many, many years. And being a pioneering family, I think it's great that we can honour his father by naming this road after his father. And Peter himself, being a former councillor and former deputy mayor to the City of Wanneroo, this is great to have this name right in the heart of Wanneroo, and I just ask my fellow councillors to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Speakers for, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's great to have Mr Nosso in the chambers tonight, and I haven't met you, but nice to meet you. In regards to the item, I think this is very appropriate in terms of the heritage and the linkage to the former Shire Board prior to the city joining, and I also think this would be a great story to be able to put in our museum to honour your father and the contributions made to the area. But I do think it is a rich story, and obviously you have a lot of support and love for your father, so I'm sure this would be a great asset to the community to have a street named after him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers against? Speakers for, Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I received an email from Peter and Lynette before reading the item and the recommendation. I'd like to thank you, Peter, for sharing your wonderful family history with me. I love hearing the stories of how and who have played a part in the growth of the city. Coincidentally, my son-in-law's family ran from the Germans at the same time as the Nassau family and also stayed in the tent city in Northam. I read Peter's email while looking out at my 12 newly pruned rose bushes bought from your rose farm, so thank you. It is with absolute pleasure I support this recommendation and wish you, Peter, and your wife all the best with your future endeavours. Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I know Mr Nosso has worked extensively with the local member, with Landgate, and was prepared to work with the Minister's office as well to get this done. So congratulations on your dedication, and also thank you very much for the passionate and extensive overview of your family history, because I think it's easy to look at the reports that we get written obviously in an administrative way, but hearing the family history like that in an email obviously explains to us a lot of the history that's behind it. And I really appreciated you sending that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Speakers against? Speakers for? I'll just have a couple of words, just generally myself, councillors, and when I did receive that email from Mr Nossau, I think my response was, of course. It doesn't even bear thinking not, because I must admit I've known Peter for some time. In fact, before I was on council, I was buying many plants from his nursery that are still growing. It's good news, they're still going, Peter, and I haven't taken them out. But of course, it's something that just doesn't bear not supporting. And of course, with your history, your family's history, and your personal commitment to this city, because everyone sitting around here understands only too well the commitment of being a councillor and deputy mayor, and what that takes. So, Peter, from my perspective, absolutely supportive, and I wish you all the very best. Councillor Nguyen.
I too was deeply moved when I saw Peter's email. It reflects many great stories from many families who migrated to Australia and moved and live in Wanneroo. And it shows the incredible journey that people had gone through to build Wanneroo to what it is today. It reflects the hard-working men, women, and many families, and it provides a great history. So this is a great contribution and a recognition of one of those families, you know, the legends that make Wanneroo. So it's certainly very appropriate to have this street named after your family, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Civic, as the mover, did you wish to close the debate?
Nothing further to add, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And with that, Councillor Civic has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please lodge your votes. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, Peter. Councillors, we then move back to the rest of the agenda. CS, councillors, are there, if we move CSO1, CSO2 and CSO3, are there any exclusions that you wish to speak with? Councillor Wright, exclusion? You're happy to move those three? Councillor Wright is happy to move those three items. Are there? Councillor Rowe is happy to second. Councillors, with that, Councillor Wright, did you wish to speak to those items?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe, did you wish to speak to those items?
No, thank you.
Speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Wright, did you probably don't need to close debate? There's been none. With that, I put the CS 01, 02 and 03. If you could please cast your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. CS04 we have done. CS05, which is the restricted tender 22046 for the Carramar and Marangaroo golf courses. Do we have any movers on this item, councillors? Councillor Wright. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Miles. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is one of those items that come through in terms of making our organisation more efficient, and obviously with the going forward, we need to make sure that we are being frugal in the industry and we are engaging with stakeholders that do run other sorts of businesses similar to these golf courses, if not the same. And, you know, a lot of residents do come to us complaining about rates, and these are small initiatives that we can work towards in terms of making our council and city more efficient and having flexible, more better and flexible business models. So I see this as a good step forward. I did receive 2 emails from residents in regards to some issues, but I know they'll get sorted out through the process. And I commend this report and ask councillors to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I concur with the remarks that Councillor Wright has put on the record. Obviously, the tender went out to all parties, including the current management operators, and the recommendation is obviously been gone through and evaluated by the team within administration. And I do note that it was audited, the process was audited by our internal our auditors, which just ticks off everything to make sure everything was done clear. The recommendation I do support, whilst we may not necessarily see an immediate, I guess, operating cost a saving, I think one of the biggest savings that we're going to have is we've got one operator controlling the whole site instead of having multiple multiple management people on site on that. So now that the new operator will obviously take on the maintenance, will obviously take on the cutting of the grass and all of those sort of facts. It should also, in that process, like Councillor Wright suggested, save our operating costs in our administrative area. So we'll only have to deal with the one operator as opposed to maybe 4 or 5. So I do support the recommendation and I commend it to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers for? Councillor Coetzee.
I actually have a question, but this question might have to be asked behind closed doors.
If your question relates to any of the financial data involved that accompanies the report, that would need to be the case.
Well, yeah, I would say that. It was actually brought up in a forum in the beginning of the year. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. With that, councillors, Councillor Coetzee needs to ask a question regarding confidential information. We will need to move a motion to go behind closed doors. Councillor Coetzee, you happy to move that motion? Seconded by Councillor Sangalli. Councillors, if you could just please cast your votes. I declare that carried 11-1 with the opposing vote being Councillor Nguyen. But that is carried, councillors. We will now go behind closed doors. Thank you, councillors. We're back into open session now, and we're discussing item CSO 50822. Councillor Coetzee, you mentioned a procedural motion. What was your procedural motion?
To defer it back.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Coetzee? Seconded, Councillor Nguyen. Councillors, we have a procedural motion to refer this item back. And a reason. And, sorry, Councillor Coetzee, you've got the opportunity to provide that reason.
I'm not happy with all of the information I have. I would like to have more information.
Thank you. Just a little bit more detail on the information you require.
A little bit more detail. Okay, so can I read out what I had to do behind closed doors?
Councillor, that would be discussing items that we were talking about in confidential session, and I would urge you against doing that.
You urge me not to do that.
It was discussed within confidential session, Councillor, so...
There was info that didn't quite get to us that I was looking for.
Okay, that's sufficient. You can possibly give that further discussion to the Director of Corporate Services, that further guidance?
Yes, please.
Yep, after the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillors, we have a procedural motion to refer the item back. And if I could please ask you to provide your votes. I declare the item lost. So voting for is Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Sangali. Against is Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Parker, Councillor Aitken, Councillor Miles, Councillor Civic, Councillor Rowe and myself. So, councillors, we have heard from the mover and the seconder. So we then go to speakers for. Councillor Civic.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll be brief on this. Look, as much as I love the current tenant and his association with the council, there is a procedure. The procedure has been presented to anyone who wants to tender. They have that opportunity to come to us and it is assessed by our administration. As much as I hate to say it, we must move forward now. And I know in previous years, the money that we made from this golf course, we would be putting a certain amount of money back into the golf course, but that seems to be all changing now. So, look, as much as I'm disappointed, I think we must go through what's in front of us and given to us. I'm fairly certain that nothing's been missed in this process, and that is why we rely on the administration to give us the full details. So I'll be supporting it, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers against? Speakers for? Speaker against, Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, I am speaking against this item because, as was raised by Councillor Coetzee earlier, that there are important information that was needed to be provided before she could make an informed decision, and I do support that reason simply because this is an important contract. It's a contract that's provided for 10 years, and so we need to make a decision that will stick for 10 years, and this decision is important in that we have 4 really good qualified tenderers, and while I do support change, what is more important is that we consider the information that is here, but also what is not here. The reason why I don't support it is that I think it's important this matter is delayed for a month for further consideration, and because the procedural motion was not successful, I also therefore will not support this item going forward because of that. So that's why I will be not be supporting this item on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers for? Speakers, Councillor Parker.
Confused. Okay, so I'm speaking for what we've got in front of us at the moment.
Yes.
I do understand the concerns of the members that have been playing there for many years. I'm not as good a golfer as you are, but I do play golf, and I do understand the situation, especially for people that have been playing for many years. But understanding that DC Golf can still actually go ahead as the operator under the new operator, as the person that's in the front face of the operation, under the new operator, with good communication between both of them, can then be a win-win situation both for the city and for the golf courses. We can have improvement. We as a city can have something that is being built on constantly. And I think even DC can actually have a hand. Sometimes when you've been sitting in a business for a long time, somebody that's new that comes in gives you that little bit of oomph, if you like, to change. And change can be good. So I'm actually with the right communication between all of the members and DC and the new operators. I think this can be a win-win situation for all. So that is why I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Councillor Coetzee.
I'm going to vote against this, but in the same sense, I also would like to say there's nothing wrong with change. Change is sometimes good as well. But what I can say is when you start to interfere in a sports person's sport and with their trainers, it takes, especially a golfer, it takes a golfer not just 2 or 3 lessons to click to their coach. It takes, some people are lucky and they click with their coach in 6 months, but some people have to go to so many coaches and it takes them so long to click with a person. This golf course operators have been there for 10 years and they have clicked with lots of people. And I do hope that they will party up with Belgrava. I do hope that happens, and I do hope that most of those trainers will stay on. Unfortunately, you touched my love here. I love sport, so I'm going to vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Speakers for? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'm speaking in favour because I do think that we have been presented with sufficient information by our admin on this one. I do agree that it is an unfortunate situation when you have an operator who is well trusted, well loved by the community and by the members. I've been to Wanneroo quite a number of times, and I know that DC is well loved by the local community. I do think we have to have a level of trust in our process that's been undertaken here, because we're seeing that probity, tender application, expression of interest, the evaluation, and then the final recommendation that's come out before us. It's quite clear that all of the steps were taken to have that level of assurance. And from what we've heard tonight in the public session is that there's a communication plan that can occur to mitigate any potential fallout, and there hopefully could be a willingness for the current operator to work with the potential future operator as well. So those are both reassuring signs as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillors, just a couple of very quick points from me. I'd have to say this has been, and this is a difficult decision, because not only have the current tenants built a substantial brand for themselves, a substantial brand of trust and quality in terms of the product and the services they provide, In doing so, they have also built a very good brand for the City of Wanneroo for those 2 courses. There is always an element of risk in change, and I think it's weighing everything up within the report and the discussion. I think on balance, I'm supportive because I believe wholeheartedly there is a chance for us, the city, our residents and the patrons at both courses to indeed get the best of both worlds, to get innovation, but to have that with a friendly shopfront face. I believe there is an opportunity for that. And it's that innovation that we've been looking for in our courses, because golf courses are at the leading edge of the sport. And I'd also have to say our golf courses have been, from a revenue gathering perspective, when you look at it from a rates offset and diversification perspective, the revenue we get from our golf courses means that the rates that we have to charge our ratepayers is much more lessened. And any improvement we can get from the revenue base from those courses provides, and it also adds to that reducing pressure on rates as well. So these things are often complex and complicated. So on balance, I think the report is well considered. The process was incredibly thorough. There were probity auditors and legal experts that have looked at all of the information, and I'm happy to, albeit with a degree of sadness, because as most of us around the table have come to know DC, I don't think they'll be. I'm certain they won't be lost to us, and there's a chance that we can get the best of both worlds. So I'll be supporting the recommendation. Are there any speakers against the item? Any speakers for? Councillor Wright, right or reply?
Thank you. I will exercise my right. That's okay. Just weighing up on all the conversation. Obviously, this is an important matter for both city and community, but is a great chapter going forward and a new opportunity to be able to reach out to new clientele, new innovation in terms of golf courses. And obviously, as our city grows, we need to make sure that we're meeting our demand and being innovative and keeping up with those expectations from our customers and also residents. I do note, as many of the speakers said before, and not very often do I say I agree 150% with Councillor Parker, Councillor Civic and Councillor Truby in their points they made before. We need to have faith in our tender process. We need to make sure that we're voting with what's in front of us and the information, and also considering, the current operators and the good work they've done. That doesn't go unnoticed. And I do also ask, as a goodwill for Belgravia, to be able to offer that warm welcome if there is staff that would like to stay there. I think that's a good, it's not a council thing, but it's as a good thing as a business to be able to keep the local staff that are there and keep that expertise in the area too, but see it as a new era going forward for the city. And as Councillor Deputy Mayor Truby mentioned before, in terms of an offset for us to be able to have that alternative revenue stream coming forward, because unfortunately we keep putting out that, we want to do service reviews, and this is what service reviews look like, and we do have to make tough choices. And yes, some people are going to get upset, but others, it's going forward. We need to make sure that we need to make the tough decisions. So I commend this report to Council and for councillors to support. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. With that, Councillor Wright has closed debate. So, councillors, we have the substantive motion. If I could ask you to lodge your votes, please. So I declare that carried 9-3. So voting for the motion was Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Parker, Councillor Aitken, Councillor Miles, Councillor Civic and Councillor Rowe, and myself. And voting against the item was Councillor Newen, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Sangali. Thank you, councillors. We move on to item CE 0108, which is the Economic Development Strategy 2022 to 2032. The councillors, it seems as if we have a couple of declarations of interest. So we'll go to Councillor Wright first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And if I also may ask to move the motion if I can, but I'll start off with the declaration of impartiality. So with regard to item CEO 10822, Economic Development Strategy 2022 to 2032, I disclose that I'm a fee-paying member of the Wanneroo Business Association, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on this matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Aitken.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd also like to second this motion. I'd like to declare an interest in this motion because I'm a fee-paying member as well of the Wanneroo Business Association. And with regard to item CEO 1822, I disclose that as I'm a member. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected, and I declare that I'll consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also would like to declare an interest in this item, CEO 108-22, Economic Development Strategy 2022 to 2032, as I am also a member of the WBA, and I disclose that as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Councillor Wright, you've moved the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Very excited to have this at Council for the final adoption. I know the BTAG group and the WBA and many other stakeholders that partaked in the process was very excited to see these new timely updates that have come to Council, and significant infrastructure from Hardship Hospital all the way down to new accommodation services for the city, agriculture, tourism precincts, a lot of really innovative stuff that's going to take our city forward. And I know most people in the room are very excited about the robotics precinct and automation centre in Roundabout. So I think this is such a fantastic document, and Steve Marmion and the team, I know I've said this many, many times before, but to be able to source our talent that we have at the city and actually have a document that was created in-house, you know, saving ratepayer money, I think this is a fantastic quality document that has come out of this. And just in terms of the content and the feedback that we got from the consultation process, particularly from our neighbours, the City of Joondalup, but also and the City of Stirling, but also councils all the way from the City of Coburn. And it's great that our council is leading in the economic development area, and I commend this fantastic document to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's a saying that says, without a progressive vision, the people or even the city perish. And this strategic economic development strategy is a progressive vision. It's a progressive vision for the City of Wanneroo. It is exciting, it's moving forward, and I'm excited to see the tourism industry prospects, a new hospital, a robotics precinct, and investment strategy for the City of Wanneroo, looking for key landmark investments to progress the City of Wanneroo. We are putting a vision in front of us, and we will move towards that vision, and I believe we will succeed because we have a progressive vision. And I'd just like to thank Economic Development for helping us put that together, and I ask my fellow councillors to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Speakers for? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I absolutely endorse this adoption, and I would like to thank Steve Marmion and his team for their tireless work and dedication. The sentence that sums up this document for me is, as a council, we recognise the importance of creating a positive and supportive environment for local businesses. That, to me, is the essence of this whole policy. Thank you very much to everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to say just a few things. When the first economic development strategy was thought about in 2016, to see the changes up to 2021 of what has occurred in the city, it is amazing what is going to happen in the next 10 years. So this is a very, very important framework that we adopt here, and also looking at jobs that really in 2016 we would never consider or have been considering. Robotics here in Wanneroo was just not even in the equation for a future employment or future role. So this is absolutely fantastic. It is a framework for what is to come, and over the next 10 years this city is going to see a mass of changes, with big towns and cities being developed, more and more areas being developed. There's going to be so much new stuff, and this is a very, very important document because it gives us something, some form of guideline to actually see how we're going to grow businesses in the future. So thank you very much, Steve Marmion and your team. You have worked tirelessly to get this off the ground, and I think it's marvellous, and I'm so pleased now it can go out to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Nguyen.
This is certainly a big, bold vision that the city has set for itself for the next 10 years to create jobs and certainly for local economic development. With the population currently of 220,000 and with another 150,000 new residents, that's to be forecasted for people that will call Wanneroo home within the next 20 years. It's certainly crucial for the city to enable diverse opportunities for local job growth. And the 6 areas that this will focus will be business engagement and support, investment traction, planning for the future, leadership, innovation and sustainability, tourism, industry support and development, and the strategic economic advocacy. So certainly the city will play an important role in supporting businesses to flourish and helping to secure and create more local employment opportunities so that the community can live, work and play locally within this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Civic.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be very brief on this one. This advocacy project has been going on for some time. The incredible thing is, with our advocacy department, we are working with state and federal governments. We are now getting the infrastructure through Wanneroo. We are getting the big business ticket items coming. Near about 10 years ago, or actually 30 years ago, was really just a Flynn Drive and Mather Road, and that was about it. But now that the community and the urban crawl is actually getting further out there, these are exciting times. Robotics, all the big ticket items, a rail, and I've always been asking whether we'll get a rail system through there, not just Metronet, but actually connecting to the Great Northern Highway and the rail infrastructure further east. But if that does come, it can only enhance this area. And I'm just looking at parts of the report. You have a pioneer here on page 441. still enjoying his red drop, and he's been here for the last 80 years. So he's been part of the advocacy program as well, and promoting wine, which we don't buy. But having said that, I'm only joking, I'm sorry. But having said that, I'm really excited about it, and the future just looks brighter and brighter, and just hopefully we don't have any problems internationally, and we can keep going forward. Thank you.
Thank God that wasn't a paid ad for Conti's Wines. Councillors, speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Councillor Miles, yes.
Look, just a quick one, and I do support the advocacy program that the city does, because it is important, obviously, that where possible we always advocate on behalf of our community at all levels, whether it be the health needs, sporting needs, lighting and the like. I guess one of the things that has frustrated me, though, is the fact that when we sometimes get a commitment from a state or federal member, it doesn't really cover the whole cost of an item, and therefore municipal funding has to be used to make up a difference to the promise that the local member may have given. And yet the local member quite often still gets a big carriage of advertising for that project. So I'm just wondering if administration could take it away that we maybe encourage those commitments to be fully funded by the government of the day, and we only have to look at the report, Deputy Mayor, that we've just dealt with tonight for Houseworth. It's $5 million short because there was no escalation cost parts of the agreement, and I think we seriously need to look at that, because otherwise we're going to sort of be funding election commitments going forward that we may not ordinarily be or should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillors, just a couple of words from me. I think this is some outstanding work, and all due credit needs to go to Mr. Steve Marmion and his team for their strategy and their vision to assist council in obtaining and attaining our vision. This builds on the Business Wanneroo webpage, which was launched about 5 or 6 weeks ago, because Wanneroo is now a region of choice. It's a location of choice for business attraction in the northern suburbs of Perth. And as we've seen, not only with the robotics, but now we are adopting through this strategy and the Business Wanneroo website, we're seeking to be a region of choice for both national and international players. The robotics precinct is of national significance, and it is internationally competitive. It will be one of its type, and the best of breed, recognised internationally. Its only major competitor was in Canada, and I'm glad to say that that being housed in Wanneroo at this location puts us on not only the national map but the international map. The Business Wanneroo webpage is an attraction, and it provides the guidance for businesses to prosper or locate and prosper in Wanneroo. We're attracting significant infrastructure investment, and we've been very successful in that. And I think this particular strategy is testament to where we are positioning the city to thrive well into the future, to provide the jobs of the future, and to be a jobs creator for right across the region. So the people who in the future will come to live in areas from Turox and Yanchep right the way down through East Wanneroo. We know where the growth is going to be. This is the location that they are going to be able to get employment in, which will be fantastic. So again, Mr. Marmion, please pass on Council's gratitude to your team, because their work is thoroughly outstanding and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Are there any other speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Wright, you moved this motion. Would you like to close debate? Councillor Wright has closed debate. And with that, councillors, if I could ask you to please log your vote. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to CEO 20822, the Sports Marketing Australia Events Placement Program. Looking for a mover and seconder on this item, councillors. Move Councillor Aitken, seconded Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Aitken.
Yeah, just quickly, it's really good to bring sports events to the City of Wanneroo. It brings money, it brings income, and it brings vibrancy to our city. And this is just one way of making our city better known around Australia and around the world. So thank you so much for bringing this administration and putting the work in behind this report, and I ask my fellow councillors to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Nguyen.
Since this program started in 2019, the economic benefit to the city is almost $3.5 million from having spent a total of approximately maybe $50,000. So that is really value for money, and this is the kind of investment in the city that I really want to see in the future, where it brings vibrancy, it brings lots of people into the city and enjoying the many attractions, and the cost to the city is minimal, whereas the economic benefit, it's significant. It's a no-brainer for us to continue with this agreement and to extend it further.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Are there speakers for this item? Speakers against? Councillor Aitken, you really don't need the right to reply on that one. Councillor Aitken has indicated she's closed debate. Councillors, if I could please ask you to register your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, we move on to item 9, motions on notice, MN 010822. Councillor Wright, do you have a seconder?
If anyone's happy to second this.
I'll second it.
Councillor Coetzee.
Councillor Coetzee. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry everyone's had to hear my voice multiple times tonight. So just bear with me for this one. So this motion on notice is innovative and forward-thinking, making sure our parks and facilities cater for all ages, but keep up the demand as our youth population continues to increase, which was reflected in the census data last year. As per the report, there are currently 9 BMX pump tracks in the whole City of Wanneroo. Using the data from the latest census, from the ages of 10 to 24, there are 42,750 young people. Divide that up between the 9 BMX pump tracks, you roughly have 4,700 kids per track. I know not everyone uses the BMX track, but we have a lack of activities for our young people. I often see posts on Facebook about youth being bored and doing things up to no good. We want to keep our kids off at the street. Well, then make sure there are things to do and safe places for young people to be creative and keep fit and active. There needs to be a wide range of activities that cater not only for the pre-teens range, but also late teens and early adults. Every parent I've spoken to tells me the same thing. There is a lack of diversity in the activities we offer our teenagers and pre-teens. The current 9 BMX pump tracks do not meet the needs of our young people. They're either too small in scale or not challenging enough for those that may not be able to afford to join a club or group and may not have any places to go before or after school. Yes, there is no denying there are some legal insurance issues with introducing such a policy. However, the recommendation is to investigate and report back to Council. We would be a leader in the sector for young people if such a policy became a reality and would empower young people to be creative and take care of their physical and mental health. I have some quotes from one of my Facebook posts that I did, and these are, you know, instead of me trying to fill up a speech of what I think would be good, these were some of the residents that, there was a diversity from Alexander Heights all the way up to Two Rocks and Yanship. So, for example, Kylie goes, I think it's so important to encourage children, especially boys, to get outside and play in their own community parks. It's very important for kids to be outdoor and active, using their imaginations and creativity to make things. We want to see more kids playing in our parks, working together, enjoying the environment they live in. This will foster a love for their community, a feeling of pride for the place they live, and hopefully a respect for others and the environment. Let's get kids outside playing in parks, not sitting indoors looking at screens. Another one, and I think this touched on our waste review of Councillor Aitken's story, and similar to yours, Deputy Mayor Truby. Lauren goes, love this. We all grew up doing exactly this. Sometimes it feels like our kids miss out on so many things we had growing up. Let them build jumps. Another quote from Anthony, great idea. All we did as kids was build jumps and small track hours of fun. Another one was Scott. Great idea. I spent my childhood BMXing and building jumps with my mates. These are just some real life examples of obviously when they grew up, and these were some of their fond memories that they had. In the detail section of this report, it even clearly states that skate and BMX activities are growing in popularity, and along with it, demand for local facilities. If the city cannot keep up with the demand and doesn't have the finances to build it, then I believe we need to think outside the box and have regulations that allow young people to build their own tracks safely with natural materials like sticks and sand. The president of the Wanneroo Bmx Club has also stated that the existing tracks don't meet the local needs of young people and described these tracks as too simple, and has offered his services to the city to help co-design future tracks. However, I've submitted numerous requests to get new pump tracks put into our local parks, and all have been declined by administration. Common phrases like not enough money, too close to one of the 9 pump tracks, yet the parks I asked were suburbs away, or too dangerous. Most of you and our listeners tonight probably remember the days when you used to hang out with your friends and meet at the park, create your own tracks and activities to keep you occupied, and they were often the simple ideas. I hear stories like this when I meet parents every day. Why do we need to be over-policing in letting our kids create their own tracks? The very people that complain about these unauthorised tracks are the people that also complain about the crime and youth in the area. We need to activate our parks and spaces to get young people out in nature and socialising face-to-face. This request for a policy fits with our active transport and cycling plan to encourage more people to cycle and uptake riding a bike, and this should also be starting at a young age. Councillors, I urge your support to continue investigating this policy consideration to meet the current and future demands of young people across the whole of the City of Wanneroo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Coetzee.
Councillor Wright, you did not give me much to say now. When I read it up, I was actually quite excited about the whole thing. It actually took me back to my childhood, where I grew up on the farm, and we built a whole track with my 2 brothers, and yeah, we had lots of crashes, but I honestly believe every kid needs to go through a little bit of that just to meet Mother Nature as well, and I think it's a good thing to keep them busy and outside, so I'm totally in support.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Speakers for? Councillor Rowe.
I'll just add one comment, which is that always embracing of innovation and new potential solutions. The one question I had coming into this, I already spoke to Councillor Wright about it, was the safety concern, and administration have addressed that and said that it will be investigated as part of those ongoing discussions. So happy to proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Speakers against? Speakers against. Councillor Civic.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And this is no disrespect to Councillor Wright. I've been on this council now 20 years. Most of the pump tracks that have been built have been constructed by administration, and they're diverse. They're all over the place, as they are on this particular list. We've had some incidents with them, and one of them being Caramar, and where the pump track adjoined residential properties, and there was a lot of abuse and a lot of carrying on between the residents and the kids. There was no respect. I know when I was a kid, we did the same sort of things, but we never had the privilege of local governments being in this sort of situation. the local council we had barely picked up rubbish and a few other things and repaired roads. That's all they did. But today, local government is a very complex organisation. Now, the reason I'm not supporting it is because I do worry about if these tracks are built on council land, the insurance problems, as you pointed out, would be enormous. So the only people that could construct these, as far as I'm concerned, would be the council. We would take the risk, and then the kids would have some safety. But you don't know what sort of people you get on these tracks. Like you said, there are vagrant kids who cause trouble everywhere, but there are also kids that ride these tracks that also cause trouble. But that's beside the point. The whole idea is to have fun and to make sure that they enjoy themselves. But the only reason I'm not supporting this is because I think there's more issues to the insurance, and if one thing goes wrong, the first people that are going to get sued, or the first party, will be the city. And unless all of those boxes are ticked and it's done constructively, and we actually build a pump track for them, and I'm not disregarding that we don't have them, but we've had issues with some. I think in Lansdale there was a problem with some. But if all those could be addressed, then I certainly would look at that again. No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Aitken. Speakers before. Councillor Aitken.
I just want to ask a couple of questions to clarify some stuff. And I just want to say, while Carramar had problems, the residents now don't have any problems with the BMX track. I'm just looking, if the kids do something and they make their BMX track, we need to be very, very clear. Do we have a responsibility to make that site safe because of our risk? And where does that happen within our insurance liability? And then how does that sit with our long-term financial plans and our funding and budgeting? And then furthermore, another idea is maybe we should have a natural progression initiative, that if the kids do something, we would have to have funding to be able to put a pump track there as the community want it. But I think just to have randomly made and then automatically the responsibility comes on the city for the liability, we can't just do that. We need to assess our risks and see how far we want to take it, and see what responsibility we're prepared to take, and do a policy with it if we're going to go that far with it. And that's how I'm thinking with that. I just think it's a little bit premature at the moment. We need more information to actually completely support it. Though this is, I understand, looking for information, but they're the questions in my mind about this motion on notice. Thank you.
So I was going for speakers for. Did I get you on the... So speakers, well, let's go for speakers against first. Speakers for, Councillor Sangali.
I have a principal support as someone who grew up in the local area, surrounded by bushland, was in the bushland, and as many of you know, I didn't set foot in Mindarie Keys for 10 years after they blew up my cubby house. So I know exactly what these kids are going through when they start investing in their local area. But I also have a concern on the other side of it, having known how much bushland was around. The bushland that we do have now is becoming more and more of a precious resource for other reasons. So I do have some reservations about kids possibly going into conservation reserves and starting to dig that up and do that. And I'm just noting in the recommendation, it's not quite clear. It's asking the CEO to provide some feedback on policy and everything, but it's not really instructing us to have a forum or anything like that where we could actually have some input and raise those concerns. So I'm just wondering, with Councillor Wright's permission, perhaps we could add or just tweak these recommendations so it allows for that to happen.
Deputy Mayor, if
Yep, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In co-designing this with Director Terrelink, in regards to that. That's what point number 2 is, and we've kept it broad for council member consideration, because when a policy is created by council, it usually does go through a forum to make sure that council members do get a say into it, and then that would be subject to coming to council through the normal process. This item is only to basically progress with that investigation, and that will cover environmental, insurance, legal, and it would be good information for us to have as councillors if we ever did want to develop any sort of policy that might be a bit innovative, to have that legal and insurance background of what the current industry and what the current sector is looking like. So this is purely only for giving permission to the CEO to continue the investigation from administration, and then that investigation will be presented to council members, which would be through a forum, but we didn't want to narrow it down that in case there might have been a briefing note or something like that. That would be more appropriate depending on what the investigation outcome would be. But if council wants to clarify and go through a forum, I'm happy to change that too.
Yeah. Gee, I've got to try and get standing orders in order here. Councillor, you have a question, Councillor Sangelli, I'm sure.
Just to clarify, so you're not expecting the CEO to develop a rough policy or anything and bring that to the forum, because that's fine with me then.
Thank you. Excellent. It was a... So we've gone... speakers 4. Councillor Parker.
Just a lot of those questions that have just been asked. And that's the reason I'm happy to support this recommendation, because administration is proposing to undertake an initial investigation into the request, which will consider matters such as environment, cultural and heritage aspects of the proposed sites, as well as the land tenure, community safety and maintenance and insurance implications. So I think everything is going to be covered. So very well put together, Councillor Wright. And that's why I'm going to be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Question, Councillor Savitton?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to ask a question of administration. Do we have a BMX policy for these pump tracks at the moment that we adhere to? And if they need expanding, we could probably work on that. But do we have a policy at the moment, or some wordage?
Mrs. Terrelling.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, no, we don't currently have a policy on BMX tracks specifically. So the intention would be that we would do the investigation and report the outcomes of that investigation to Council, and then look to get Council's input, and then look to develop a draft policy based on that input.
Thank you, Mrs. Terrelling. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm looking at the recommendation. It says, request the Chief Executive Officer to conduct an investigation into the possibility of developing a policy and guidelines that provide for community members to build their own BMX tracks from natural materials on city-managed parks and reserves. Now, looking at that one, that puts me with a foot in the no box and a foot in the yes box. So what I'm actually going to ask is, perhaps could we tweak that, instead of it saying guidelines that provide for community members, in other words, anybody, to change those words to supervised with experienced members, or have it so it's a provision by our youth team that go out and supervise these things. Because I am just seriously worried that if we do this, what stops dirt bikers saying, well, we'll go and do that in the forest? You know, so this is going to have lead-on effects to other things. And why is it that if you don't have a powered bike, you can jump and break your legs, but you can't, if you have a manual bike, you can jump and break your legs, but you can't do it with a power bike. So I think this is going to become an issue, and we're seeing more and more bikes. What happens when our bikes are electrified as well? There's going to be so many different types of bikes, and goodness knows what else that's going to be invented. And we've already got skateboards. Oh my gosh, what if they get powered? So So they already are. So I am really, look, we don't have enough reserves for our wildlife, let alone allowing people to go in there and smash all our flowers down, knock a couple of trees down, and let's go build. Because I think in your thing you're actually saying there should be a facility every 2 kilometres of distance from someone's home. We're just going to put 150,000 people just in East Wanneroo, and we're going to put 160,000 people in Yanchep. And that doesn't include Two Rocks, the Alkimos that we're doing, and many of the other places as well that we're extending. So, you know, this could become bigger than Ben-Hur if we do this. And what happens when BMX isn't the thing? Are we going to have all these jumps and stuff? I'm already looking at rural blocks now, and there's already jumps, and these jumps are now starting to look like 15-foot and 20-foot high rampage. So there is nothing to stop these going out of control. So I do think we should just perhaps tweak this, and this. I think this has to come to a forum. It must come to a forum.
I think the intention is for the CEO to go away and have a look at what the issues are that you've identified, Councillor Huntley, and to expand on those, and so as we can have a firmer idea. I don't think there's going to be a fully developed policy. I think there's going to be a range of issues that will be identified in order to actually make that policy. I think that's the intention.
Yeah. My issue is really with the fact that we are actually requesting the Chief Executive Officer to develop a policy that provides for community members, and I do think that should be the word supervised or someone with knowledge of building these things should be in there. Otherwise, we're just allowing everybody to do whatever.
I think you'll find that comes in the detail. That's in the detail of what will be provided. I think it's best, well, in my view, and this is just my view, I think it's best to actually get through and have a look at what the issues are in order to develop a policy, because you've identified many of the issues that will need to be considered in that.
The issue is that we are still giving that recommendation to only look at community members.
At this stage, understand that's, I'll get to you, Councillor Herridge, I'll absolutely get there, I promise you.
Because I'm not happy to support that with community members in it at this stage.
Okay, yep, thank you. Well, that was a foot in both camps, so I don't know if that was for or against. So I'm taking that against. So Councillor Herridge, for?
Question.
Councillor Herridge.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Being that this is a motion coming to us, I'm asking if we can put this to a vote, because we will then discuss all of that after. Sorry, Jackie. We're deciding to go to a forum, correct?
So, Councillor Herridge, am I hearing you that you're actually moving a procedural motion to put this item?
Please.
Does that, yep, Councillor Miles is seconding that. We have a procedural motion to put this item, and if I could ask you, councillors, to vote on that. This is just the procedural motion to put the item, and I declare that carried 11-1, with the dissenting vote being Councillor Huntley. So with that, councillors, we go to, and very sorry, Councillor Wright, you don't get a chance to actually do the right of reply. Now we have that procedural motion now puts this item. So councillors, if I could ask you to please vote on the substantive recommendation. I declare that carried 10-2 with with Councillor Huntley and Councillor Civic opposing and everyone else in favour. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we then move on to MN02 0822, which is a motion on notice from myself for the to consider an item regarding administration developing a policy on the installation of signage on city buildings by sporting clubs. So I'm happy to move this item, councillors. Is there anyone that Councillor Rowe? Thank you very much, Councillor Rowe. Councillors, I bring this item to council because, as we are aware, we have a range of clubs, sporting clubs, sporting and social clubs right throughout the city. And one of the ways that they identify their home, and they invest a lot of time, effort and energy into building their very large club and club facilities, albeit in city buildings, is the opportunity to recognise that and build that brand, because the brand for them is all-encompassing and allows them to be more efficient and effective and develop revenue streams potentially that they can offset the cost of running their clubs, if that's the case. One that comes to mind is the West Nam Soccer Club in Shelvlock. They've got a fairly large facility there, and they've got some very large signage. The idea about this, councillors, is to, and there are many other clubs right across the city, the idea about this is simply to develop a policy that would enable consideration of putting signage on those buildings and the manner and method in which that signage can be placed. It's little other than just having a look at a policy, getting that sorted out through administration, and trying to work out how we could possibly sort and facilitate, assist our clubs to identify that brand and their location. Because councillors, they put a lot of time and effort into our community with our children, with those sporting groups, and it's incumbent upon us to, at the very least, recognise that and give them an opportunity to work through a process. So with that, I ask for your support. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and happy to second this motion on notice. You've covered all of the main points, so I'll just reiterate some. And the first is that our sporting clubs provide a community service. They encourage members of our community, whether they be juniors or seniors, to be physically, mentally and socially active. The clubs themselves are heavily volunteer driven, so these are people that often balance full-time work commitments with family commitments and also taking up a voluntary position in the club as well. The recommendation is to consider the development of a policy, so it's nothing too radical. So I'm very happy to support it in its current format.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Speakers for? Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this motion, as I do understand the need for sponsorship agreements to assist with raising funds and businesses looking for advertising opportunities. I believe it's vital to utilise sporting clubs to promote healthy life choices from as early an age as possible, and consider it a responsibility of the city to enable that to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Miles, you have a question?
Yeah, just a question for you, Deputy Mayor. And whilst I understand the sentiment probably behind it, one thing comes to mind. You use West Nam as an example. But if you called yourself the Phoenix Motors Hockey Club, which is a brand, you'd be naming a building Phoenix Motors Hockey. That clearly, we wouldn't be allowed branding in that way. Is that where you're thinking or not thinking?
No, I'm definitely not thinking that way. And that would be part of the policy. I don't think we should be allowing co-branding in terms of the name. That's certainly not within the thinking of this. This is about the clubs themselves.
So the club name, you're talking about a club's name?
Just the club's name.
Up in lights, in that sort of thing? Yeah.
Lights
LED lights.
Lights is probably a bit extravagant, but let's see how we go. Councillor Civic in question.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, just to clarify that, so you're not saying we're going to put Coca-Cola on there, all these other things, just identifying the club, because there'll be, I mean, like machine gun holes all over the place if we allowed the, 50 people to put sponsorship signs up on there. So basically branding of the club.
Just the club. Okay. Just the club. That's all. So question, Councillor Sangali, or yep, question.
I guess, and another one like the last motion, perhaps we might need a little bit of tweaking, only because I know of some clubs that actually don't have a club room at all to put a sign on, but they do have fencing around the area they play. And so I'm just wondering, for example, netball clubs who don't have club rooms at all, because this specifically says buildings. So I'm just wondering if we could possibly change it to facilities, so it's a bit more inclusive of all sports and not just some of them.
No, good pickup, actually. I think that would be the intention. Facilities would possibly cover that. I'm happy to change that word from buildings to facilities. And look, I think that's been picked up, and the principle is, if there is not a building, something close by that can be facilitated. And I think the administration, Mrs. Terelink, is nodding that yes, she's captured that. So that, and again, this is part of developing the policy. So speakers, where are we? Speakers for? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think your main point before in going forward in terms of innovative and actually making sure that our clubs have additional income streams as well, so they're not heavily relied on always applying for grants from the city. And I think we need to start empowering more of our groups to be able to take that into their own hands, obviously within control and reason, and that's why you've asked for a policy. But in terms of that going forward, I think it's crucial, and actually taking that reliance off us always handing out to different clubs, because I know sometimes clubs do it better than what we do. So I definitely are happy to support your motion, Deputy Truby.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillors, I'm happy to close the debate on this. And again, councillors, this is just for the development of a policy to allow us to provide some rigour around it, and also to allow clubs to have a look at how they can possibly facilitate this on their own behalf. So I ask for your support, councillors. If we could, and with that I've closed the debate, if we could then put the motion on the... I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We then move on to MN03 0822, Councillor Newen, holiday security patrols for residents. Councillor Newen, do you have a seconder on this item?
I hope so.
So Councillor Aitken, that's pro forma? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Okay, Councillor Newen, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is to consider investigating the provision of a holiday patrol service, which is to be added, an extension as part of the existing City of Wanneroo safety patrol. We know that many residents need to feel safe at home, and also need to feel safe when they go on a holiday. And in the past 3 years, many of our residents haven't been on holiday for a while, and we expect there will be an increased number of our residents will be travelling increasingly from from now onward. And this is an investigation to see if this service is viable, to consider what costs are involved in providing this service, and then to report back to the city. Of course, this service is not to replace what the police is providing. It's not to replace other measures that residents can do to ensure their home security, including installations of alarms and CCTV. It's a simple patrol as a drive-by to provide the eyes and ears only, and to report back to WA Police. And that's a service that's already been provided by other councils, including the City of Stirling. And I know that that service is much appreciated by those residents. And I hope to introduce this service after the investigation to see the cost and the benefit to our community. So this is a simple investigation. It's the initial stage. It may or may not go ahead, but it's a direction to provide extra value service for our community, especially in terms of the safety. And that's something that I know most of our residents has been asking for. So I ask you to support this motion. And I know that some other councillors may only support one of the two motions. I'm happy to, I guess, have those items voted separately if that meant that we can get those items supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aitken. So, thank you, thank you, Councillor Aitken. That's okay, Councillor. Speakers for, Councillor Parker? No. Speakers for? Speakers... Oh, questions. Question, Councillor Herridge?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Not sure what's going on down here, but just a quick question, probably an overarching question for all motions on notice that come through. When we request something as this and we do say a simple report, what does a simple report actually mean? Like, how many hours does that take? Is that one staff member, two staff members? Can you quantify it? I know I'm asking for a big rule or a string or however you want to put it, but just a guide, because we have 3 this evening. If we can get a guide on what the time frame is required.
This would probably be Mrs. Terrelink.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess in terms of the 3 that are before us, they probably will require some degree of investigation. So it will take resources in the kind of the hours rather than the minutes, if you like. So yes, there will be work involved in doing the investigations and then developing whatever results from those investigations, and obviously preparing reports for forum and that type of thing. So there is hours of work involved in doing these, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Terrelink. Councillor Parker, you were for or against?
Against.
Okay. Okay, we'll go for. Speakers for, Councillor Rowe.
I'll speak in favour of the first recommendation, because I think what Councillor Nguyen was indicating was that he has a willingness as the mover of the motion to split the vote. Yeah, so I'm speaking in favour of that section, because I think it's always a good idea to communicate with our residents as to what we are doing in this space, because it demonstrates that we're proactive in terms of ensuring our community is safe. It could even, in my mind, as one of the delegates on the Community Safety Working Group, letting our residents know that we are rolling out CCTV on city assets and which buildings are actually covered by that, because it increases our sense of awareness and our sense of safety as well. And I think perception is sometimes just as important as anything else. So I'm happy with that component of it. But if we're voting on it as is, I wouldn't support it in itself. So if Councillor Nguyen wants to amend it, that there's two different recommendations, I'd support the first one.
I don't think it needs to be from Councillor Nguyen. We can just, we can just do that when it comes time to vote for it. Speakers against? Councillor Parker?
Just actually looking at the administration's comment on what Councillor Rowe has just said. So the city's patrol service provides attention to the entire city, which is 685 square kilometres, patrolling upwards of 400 kilometres a day in addressing current requirements. These requirements include responding to alarms, patrolling locations identified as antisocial concerns or hotspots, parks and reserves, and responding to complaints. So I think they've got pretty much enough on their hands as far as I'm concerned. I do not support this motion on notice. As already stated by Councillor Nguyen, there are already many security companies providing the exact service he wants the city to provide. Promoting and supporting small business is one of the city's key initiatives, and certainly a passion of mine. Adding another cost burden such as this to our ratepayers is something that I could not consider. And in light of the fact that, Councillor Nguyen, you do try and keep our rates at zero, I cannot see how you can promote something like this and then still promote keeping our rates at zero. I don't mean that in a derogative way at all, but the cost of this to this city would, in my opinion, without any kind of investigation, be exorbitant. And that's why I cannot consider supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Vote, speakers for? Yep, okay. Councillor Huntley, you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question. In the comment area, it does actually say WA Police no longer provide a vacant property service. However, there are many security companies that provide a service in conjunction with other security and crime prevention measures, such as alarm CCTV. And then it says, the city's community safety pages on the city's website contain information for residents to assist in preventing crime at home, provided in conjunction with WA Police, and could be promoted to residents to assist. Now, that's already there on our website, but yet this first recommendation is to do just that, is to promote it, promote initiatives on the website. So I feel the city's already doing that. Is that correct?
Mrs. Terrelling.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the intention would be that while the information is available on the website, we would actually, recommendation one is actually looking at more actively promoting that information and letting our residents know that it's available and that there is advice that can be provided in terms of them and measures they can take to protect their own residents.
Thank you, Mrs. Terrelling. Question? Okay. Now, we're at speakers for. Speakers against. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Unfortunately, I can't support something like this, following some of the comments that Councillor Parker made as well in terms of looking under the financial implications, the cost of introducing another service, and just with Ms Terrelling's answer to the question in terms of the first point, because I would be happy to split it, but then Ms Terrelling said that this would be more advertising and marketing, which is a more cost factor to it. One of the recent steps that I took was to catch up with the superintendent of the local police station and actually see what they're currently doing in the area. And I suggest all councillors do that, because I've managed to find all sorts of things that I can give to residents in terms of, I know the state government at the moment is doing a $400 rebate for seniors to get CCTVs installed if you have a seniors card. We need to be mindful as well that community safety is a state government responsibility, and to be able to start entrenching further into that area, residents will have an expectation that we have to maintain and hold that service. And just judging in the detail section of the report, I am concerned that our current patrol program only has 3 officers on duty each night. I do think maybe that might be worth going down to expanding and having a few more officers drive around the whole city, because I do feel sorry for the 3 that drive around every night. But in terms of that, that would be on its merit. But in terms of what's in front of me with the recommendation, I haven't heard any residents tell me about this. There's lots of other security companies, and that's the whole point of CCTV, or else nobody would buy it, because everyone would just go, the city's going to provide it for us for free. And I don't think that's a good thing of what we should be promoting going forward. So unfortunately, I can't support it because it is a cost spender rather than a saver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Civic.
Thank you for waiting, Deputy Mayor. You obviously read my mind. Yeah, you did. Look, I'm definitely voting against this, and I would never support it, because there's only several people on this council, probably 3 of us, that have been here when we had a program called Safer Citizens. And we had night patrols, and we had cars everywhere. It cost us $1 million, and we had to close the program. And I won't go into the detail. So if we are going to do this and worry about people going on holidays, the point made was we need CCTV cameras. We also have neighbourhood watch. We have all these things that can be looked at, and our security patrol officers have no powers. Yes, they can drive by and they can see what's going on. Then they've got to ring the police. The police got to come out. Everything's happened by then. It's too late. Not only that, the whole cost will blow out significantly. And for a councillor who wants 0 rates year in, year out in his campaign, and I'll say it because it's true, we cannot afford to have anything like this and go back to those days where we had no control and it cost this city $1 million. I think that was in the area of 2008. When was it? Less? 6? Yeah. Sorry, yeah. And it was just a schmozzle. So by doing this, people, if they want to go on holidays, hey, they take the risk. As we've said, they've got neighbours, they've got cameras, and they've got the police. But sometimes when you ring the police, it takes a long time for them to get there. So I could never support this, even if we'd done a complete revamp, we could never make this happen without a massive impost in money. So I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Civic.
I hope you got the message.
Councillors, I just have a couple of questions. Mrs. Tirling, what in order to adequately address, and I understand that there would be additional work required, but ballpark, how many extra FTEs would we be looking at, particularly in item number 2?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, obviously the investigation would also include some information around demand and also models of what other local governments are doing in this space. I guess as an example, we do know that the City of Stirling, I think, has 12 people that they employ to provide their safety patrol services. So currently at the moment we actually employ 6, but there's 3 on each week, so they work week about. So at the moment we have 6. Stirling has 12, as far as I'm aware. So an increase of 6 officers and vehicles would be probably quite considerable, probably around the $1 million mark.
Yeah. So, and is that inclusive of overheads?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, close to probably, yes.
Okay. Just in terms of, because there would be a requirement if we were to undertake this service, because I'm just trying to get the quantum of it. Mrs. Jennings, just in respect of the additional insurance costs that the city's likely to have to bear, would you have any indication of what the because we would then be taking on a responsibility to be looking after people's property, there would have to be some insurance impact, surely.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. There would be something, but it would come down to exactly what our role may be guaranteed or not guaranteed to be, and then we'd have to get, quotes from the insurance companies. So depending on the extent of the responsibility that we take on, obviously increases the likely premiums.
And and something else that does come to mind, Mrs. Jennings, would it be your view that we might run into trouble with national competition policy?
Deputy Mayor, yes, it is noted in the admin comment that we will have to investigate and align ourselves with the national competition policy, because we'd be potentially offering a service that is in the private sector, and we'd have to make sure that our services are matching with the same level of, overheads and costs, etc., and properly costed, because otherwise then we'll be taking advantage of our social service that we currently have versus actually a competitor.
I think it's called misuse of market power. Is likely to also be the case. I mean, the cost, I think, would be fair to say, would be getting up around about 1 to 1.5 mil per annum, which is likely to be embedded ongoing. And as we know from our recently finished or completed budget process, that's about a 1% increase in rates. And I'm trying to correlate the two here, so it's quite difficult. And I know informally, I've spoken to a couple of people I know who are actually in the City of Stirling, and where this is a known service, and they say that they don't use it because nothing says I'm not home than the City of Stirling service car showing up at your front door and in your driveway, so they don't use it for that reason. So it is interesting. Just in terms of the current position we've got with having a look at our service reviews to trying to make sure that we're providing the services that our ratepayers need, and with then considering that we would accept this or could accept this. And frankly, the promotion of what we already do, I think, is there anyway. So some simple tidying up is just an administrative process. But I just could not pass on that rate burden or that cost burden to our ratepayers for a service that, frankly, I'm not sure other councils use. So I find it difficult to support that. That just some of my questions. Now, councillors, is there any other councillor in support, wishing to speak in support or against this item? Councillor Nguyen, you have the right of reply.
Thank you. In terms of throwing out those numbers of $1.5 million or whatever it is, that's quite premature to actually give that estimate right now, because the notice of motion actually asks for the city to investigate the provision, including the cost of the service. This is simply not to implement the service at all. It's to consider whether this is a viable service for the city, and if it's not, then it won't go ahead. If it is, then it's certainly something that we can consider further within the budget constraint that we have. I have spoken this to the CEO some time ago, and the initial indication I was told was that it can form part of the existing patrol service and it would not cost anything more than what it is right now, because the current staff are already driving some 400 kilometres a day. So this is a drive-by. It's not there to actually go knock on a door, check if someone's home. It's drive-by, and as part of the route that they're already patrolling within the City of Wanneroo. So it certainly wouldn't cost the extra money that or increase the rates that has been sort of been proposed. And this is a very popular service within other council. It's been taken by a lot of the residents within the City of Stirling. And so any suggestion that this is a breach of some consumer competition or some other issue, I think it's not accurate, because this is already been rolled out by other councils in other parts. So it's certainly a service that is welcome by residents, and there are concerns that residents have raised that while they are on holiday, their homes could become vulnerable to antisocial or criminal acts. It's a simple drive-by, and that's all it does. It's not to increase any liability or risk that the city take on. It's to ensure that the residents feel safe when they leave. It's not to replace any other security measures that residents are required to take, including installation of alarms. And those alarms, when it does get installed, and if it goes off, then maybe someone from patrol can drive past, visit, and do what they need to do if they're in the area. So it's not an extra burden on the city. It can be added as part of the existing service that the city already provides as part of the patrol. So that's it. So if we can split the two items for a vote.
Councillors, I've been requested to split these items to put them separately. Happy to do so, councillors. So we just need to record these separately as well. So that's going to take a little bit of assistance as from our administration in the booth. So councillors, councillors on recommendation 1, if you could please lodge your votes. Yep. I declare that tied. That means I have the casting vote. And I'll reinforce my vote, which was no, because that service is already available. And it's an administrative task, and the administration have already said that they can promote. So I declare that lost. That was 6-6, so voting against was myself, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Parker, Councillor Miles, Councillor Savitten, and with the casting vote, I've voted again against, because it's an administrative process, and administration have just advised that they can simply improve that. So with that, we go to recommendation 2. So I declare that lost, 11 votes to 1, and the vote in favour. That's all gone. Councillor Nguyen, and the remaining councillors have voted against. So I declare the motion lost. Thank you, councillors. We move on to item 10, which is urgent business. There is nil. Item 11, confidential. There is nil. Item 12 is date of next meeting. The next council members briefing session is Tuesday, the 6th of September 2022 at 6 p.m. Item 11 is closure, and I declare the meeting closed at 10:55 p.m. Thank you.